The truth most people avoid is this: the moment you start loving yourself deeply, everything in your life begins to change. Not slowly, not quietly, but in a way that shakes your entire reality. Because when you finally see your worth, you stop accepting less than you deserve, and that's where your real life begins. There is a dangerous habit many people carry without realizing it. They give their time, energy, and attention to others, hoping to feel valued in return. They chase approval, they tolerate disrespect, and they sacrifice their peace just to feel needed. But the more they give themselves away, the emptier they feel. This is not love. This is self-abandonment. Real power begins the moment you turn inward. When you stop asking, "Who values me?" and start asking, "Do I value myself?" That single shift changes everything. Because when you truly respect yourself, you no longer beg for attention. You no longer explain your worth. You simply walk in it. Loving yourself is not arrogance. It is not selfishness. It is clarity. It is understanding that your time is limited, your energy is sacred, and your peace is non-negotiable. When you embrace this mindset, you stop chasing people who do not see you. You stop trying to prove yourself to those who never cared. And most importantly, you stop shrinking just to fit into places that were never meant for you. There is a quiet strength in people who know their value. They do not speak loudly about it, they do not try to convince anyone. They simply live differently. They choose better. They walk away sooner. And they protect their inner world like it is the most important thing they have, because it is most people fear being alone. They fear silence. They fear not being chosen. But what they fail to realize is that being alone is where you meet your true self. It is where you rebuild your confidence. It is where you rediscover your voice. And it is where you finally understand that you were never missing anything, you were just looking in the wrong places. When you learn to enjoy your own company, you become dangerous in the best way. You are no longer controlled by loneliness. You are no longer manipulated by attention. You no longer settle for temporary connections just to fill a void. You become complete within yourself, and that kind of energy cannot be ignored. People will notice the change. Some will respect you, some will be inspired by you, and some will be uncomfortable around you, because your growth will remind them of their own lack of it. But that is not your problem. Your responsibility is not to make others comfortable. Your responsibility is to stay true to yourself. There will be moments when loving yourself feels difficult. When doubt creeps in, when old habits try to pull you back. But this is part of the process. Growth is not comfortable. Change is not easy. But every time you choose yourself over approval, every time you walk away from what drains you, every time you set a boundary, you become stronger. You must understand this deeply. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everyone deserves your time, your attention, or your energy. And that is not bitterness, that is wisdom. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to choose yourself. You are allowed to say no without guilt. When you stop over-explaining yourself, something powerful happens. You become calm. You become focused. You become free. Because you are no longer living for others. You are no longer performing for validation. You are simply being who you are, without fear. The world will try to distract you. It will try to pull you into comparison. It will try to make you feel like you are not enough. But remember this, you are not here to compete. You are here to evolve. Your only job is to become better than you were yesterday. Not perfect, just better. Self-love is built in small moments. In the way you speak to yourself. In the way you treat your time. In the way you respond to challenges. It is not something you declare once. It is something you practice daily. And the more you practice it, the more natural it becomes. There is a version of you that is confident, calm, and unshaken by the opinions of others. That version of you is not far away. It is already within you. It is waiting for you to stop doubting yourself. It is waiting for you to stop seeking permission. It is waiting for you to finally choose yourself. When you love yourself deeply, you stop tolerating disrespect. You stop chasing people who ignore you. You stop lowering your standards just to keep someone around. Instead, you raise your standards, and you trust that the right people will meet you there. And if they don't, you are still okay. Because your happiness is no longer dependent on others. Your peace is no longer fragile. Your confidence is no longer temporary. You have built something within yourself that cannot be taken away. This is the true meaning of strength. Not how loud you are. Not how much attention you get. But how steady you remain when everything around you changes. How grounded you are in who you are. And how deeply you respect yourself, no matter what. There comes a moment in life when you get tired. Not physically, but mentally and emotionally. Tired of trying to be understood. Tired of explaining yourself. Tired of giving your best to people who barely give you the minimum. And in that quiet moment of exhaustion, something powerful begins to grow inside you, awareness. You begin to see things clearly. You start noticing how often you put yourself last. How often you ignored your own needs just to keep others comfortable. And slowly, you realize that the pain you've been feeling was not caused by others alone. It was also caused by how little you valued yourself. That realization can be uncomfortable. It can even hurt. But it is also the beginning of transformation. Because once you see it, you cannot unsee it, and once you understand it, you cannot go back to the same version of yourself. From that point on, your life begins to shift in subtle but powerful ways. You start saying no more often. Not aggressively, not rudely, but firmly. You stop overcommitting. You stop draining yourself just to meet expectations that were never yours to carry. And something interesting happens when you do this. The people who benefited from your lack of boundaries may start to question you. They may call you different. They may say you've changed. But what they really mean is, you've stopped allowing what once was easy for them. This is where many people feel guilty. They think choosing themselves is wrong. They think setting boundaries is selfish. But the truth is, if you don't protect your energy, no one else will. If you don't value your time, others will waste it. If you don't respect yourself, others will mirror that same lack of respect. Loving yourself requires courage, not the loud, dramatic kind, but the quiet, consistent kind. The kind that shows up every day. The kind that chooses discipline over comfort. The kind that walks away even when it hurts. Because sometimes, the hardest part of self-love is letting go. Letting go of people you once cared about. Letting go of habits that once felt familiar. Letting go of the version of yourself that kept settling for less. But every time you let go of what no longer serves you, you create space. Space for growth. Space for peace. Space for something better. And that space is where your true life begins to take shape. You begin to discover new sides of yourself. You realize that you are more capable than you thought, more resilient than you believed, more valuable than you ever gave yourself credit for. You stop seeing yourself through the eyes of others, and you start seeing yourself for who you truly are. Not perfect, not flawless, but real, strong, evolving. And that is enough. There is a deep kind of confidence that comes from self-love. It is not based on appearance. It is not based on status. It is not based on what others think. It comes from within, from knowing that no matter what happens, you will be okay. Because you trust yourself. You trust your decisions. You trust your instincts. You trust your ability to handle whatever life throws at you. And that trust becomes your foundation. With that foundation, you no longer fear rejection. You no longer fear being misunderstood. You no longer fear standing alone. Because you know that standing alone with self-respect is far better than standing with others while betraying yourself. This is the mindset that separates those who grow from those who remain stuck. Most people are waiting for the right moment, waiting for approval, waiting for confidence. But the truth is, none of those things come first. Action comes first. You build confidence by taking action. You build self-respect by making hard choices. You build self-love by consistently choosing yourself, even when it feels uncomfortable. And the more you do this, the more your life begins to align with who you truly are. You stop chasing things that were never meant for you. You stop forcing connections that lack depth. You stop wasting time on distractions that lead nowhere. Instead, you become intentional. Intentional with your time. Intentional with your energy. Intentional with your focus. You begin to invest in yourself. In your growth. In your mindset. In your future. Because you understand something most people overlook. Your life is a reflection of your standards. If you accept less, you will receive less. If you demand more from yourself, your life will rise to meet that standard. And this is where your power lies. Not in controlling others. Not in changing circumstances. But in controlling how you show up every single day. Your thoughts, your actions, your decisions. These are the things that shape your reality. And once you take full responsibility for them, everything changes. You stop blaming. You stop complaining. You stop waiting. You start building. You start growing. You start becoming. And as you continue on this path, something incredible happens. You begin to attract different energy into your life. People who respect you. People who understand you. People who align with your values. Not because you chased them, but because you became someone who naturally attracts them. This is the reward of self-love. Not just inner peace, but a better external reality. A life that feels aligned. A life that feels intentional. A life that feels yours. But none of this happens overnight. It takes patience. It takes discipline. It takes consistency. There will be days when you feel strong. And there will be days when you feel uncertain. Days when you question everything. Days when you feel like giving up, but those are the days that matter the most. Because those are the days when your choices define you. Do you go back to old habits? Or do you stay committed to your growth? Do you seek comfort? Or do you choose discipline? Do you settle? Or do you stand firm in your standards? Every decision matters. Every moment counts. And every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to the person you were meant to become. So keep going. Keep choosing yourself. Keep building your strength. Because one day, you will look back and realize that everything you went through, every struggle, every lesson, every moment of doubt, was shaping you into the person you needed to become. And in that moment, you will understand something powerful. Loving yourself was never the end goal. It was the beginning of everything. There is a silent shift that happens when you finally stop chasing people and start choosing yourself. It doesn't come with noise or celebration. It comes with calm, a deep, steady calm that replaces the chaos you once lived in, and for the first time, you begin to feel in control of your own life. You start noticing how peaceful your mind becomes when you're no longer trying to impress anyone. When you're no longer performing just to be accepted. When you're no longer shrinking yourself to fit into spaces that never deserved you. That peace is not accidental. It is earned. It is built from every moment you decided to walk away instead of beg. From every time you stayed silent instead of over-explaining. From every situation where you chose dignity over desperation. And the more you protect that peace, the more valuable it becomes. Because once you experience true inner peace, you will never again tolerate anything that disturbs it without a good reason. You begin to see things differently. Situations that once confused you now make perfect sense. People who once had power over your emotions suddenly lose their influence. And the things that once bothered you no longer matter. This is growth, not loud, not dramatic, but undeniable. You become more observant. You listen more than you speak. You pay attention to actions instead of words. And because of this, you stop falling into the same patterns that once held you back. You start to realize that not everyone deserves your reaction. Not everything deserves your attention. And not every situation requires your involvement. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is nothing. To stay calm, to stay silent, to stay focused on your own path. This is not weakness. This is control. And control is power. When you master your reactions, you master your life. Because most people are controlled by their emotions. They react instantly. They speak without thinking. They allow others to dictate how they feel. But when you step into self-awareness, you break that cycle. You pause. You observe. You choose your response carefully. And that simple shift changes everything. You are no longer easily manipulated. You are no longer easily triggered. You are no longer easily distracted. You become grounded. And a grounded person is hard to shake. As you continue this journey, you will notice something else. Your circle becomes smaller. Not because you are pushing people away, but because you are becoming more selective. You no longer entertain shallow connections. You no longer tolerate inconsistency. You no longer invest in people who only show up when it's convenient for them. You begin to value depth over quantity, realness over appearance, loyalty over attention. And yes, this may feel lonely at times. But it is a different kind of loneliness. It is peaceful. It is honest. It is far better than being surrounded by people who make you feel alone. Because now, even in solitude, you feel complete. You start enjoying your own presence, your own thoughts, your own company. You realize that you don't need constant noise to feel alive. Silence becomes your reset. Solitude becomes your strength. And in that space, you begin to understand yourself on a deeper level. You become aware of your patterns, your habits, your triggers. You see clearly what needs to change. And instead of ignoring it, you face it. That is where real growth happens. Not in comfort, not in distraction, but in honesty. The kind of honesty that forces you to confront your weaknesses. The kind that pushes you to improve. The kind that refuses to let you stay the same. Because deep down, you know you are capable of more. More discipline. More focus. More growth. And once you accept that, you can no longer settle for less. You begin to raise your standards. Not just for others, but for yourself. You hold yourself accountable. You follow through on your promises. You do what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it, and that builds something powerful within you. Self-respect. Because every time you keep your word to yourself, you prove that you can trust yourself. And self-trust is everything. Without it, you doubt your decisions. You hesitate. You second-guess yourself. But with it, you move with confidence. Not because you know everything, but because you trust your ability to figure things out. And that confidence changes how you show up in the world. You walk differently. You speak differently. You carry yourself with quiet assurance. Not arrogance. Not ego, just certainty. And people notice. Not because you're trying to be seen, but because authenticity stands out. In a world where most people are pretending, being real is rare. And rare things attract attention. But here's the difference. You are no longer seeking that attention. You are no longer dependent on it. You are simply focused on becoming the best version of yourself. And everything else becomes a byproduct. Your energy shifts. Your mindset sharpens. Your priorities become clear. You stop wasting time on things that don't matter. You stop entertaining negativity. You stop allowing distractions to control your life. Instead, you focus on your goals, on your growth, on your purpose, and slowly, your life begins to transform. Not overnight, but steadily, consistently, powerfully. You begin to see results in your mindset, in your habits, in your environment, and those results reinforce your belief in yourself. They remind you that change is possible, that growth is real, that you are capable of becoming more than you ever imagined. But even as things improve, you stay grounded. You don't become complacent. You don't lose your discipline. Because you understand that growth is a continuous process. There is always another level, another challenge. another opportunity to improve. And instead of fearing it, you embrace it because now, you are no longer afraid of discomfort. You understand that discomfort is part of growth. That struggle builds strength. That challenges reveal your potential. So you stop avoiding difficult situations. You face them. You learn from them. You grow through them. And with each challenge you overcome, you become stronger. Not just physically or mentally, but emotionally. You become resilient, able to handle pressure, able to stay calm in chaos, able to keep moving forward, no matter what. And that resilience becomes your greatest advantage. Because life will test you. It will throw obstacles in your path. It will push you to your limits. But instead of breaking, you adapt. You rise. You evolve. And through it all, you remain focused on one thing. Becoming better than you were yesterday. That is your mission. That is your standard. That is your path. And if you stay committed to it, there is no limit to what you can achieve. So keep going. Keep pushing. Keep growing. Because the person you are becoming is worth every effort. There is something most people never admit to themselves. They say they want peace, but they keep choosing chaos. They say they want growth, but they keep holding on to what's comfortable. And because of that, they stay stuck in cycles that slowly drain them. But you're starting to see through that illusion. You're beginning to understand that growth requires separation. Separation from habits that weaken you. Separation from people who distract you. Separation from environments that keep you small. And yes, that separation can feel uncomfortable at first. Because when you start pulling away from what is familiar, you enter the unknown. And the unknown is where most people panic. It's where they run back to old patterns, old relationships, old versions of themselves. But if you stay there, you resist the urge to go back, something powerful begins to happen. You start to rebuild, not based on what others expect from you, but based on what you truly need. You rebuild your mindset. You rebuild your habits. You rebuild your identity. And this time, it's different. Because now, you're building with awareness. You're no longer acting on impulse. You're no longer reacting to everything around you. You're choosing your path with intention. And intention changes everything. You begin to ask better questions. Not, why is this happening to me? But, what is this teaching me? Not, why don't they value me? But, why did I accept less than I deserve? Not, when will things change? But, what can I change right now? Those questions shift your focus from blame to responsibility. And responsibility is where your power lives. Because the moment you take full responsibility for your life, you stop waiting. You stop hoping. You stop depending on external factors to fix what only you can fix. And you begin to take control. You start making decisions that align with your future, not your past. You stop repeating the same mistakes. You stop settling for temporary comfort. You start choosing long-term growth. And at first, it won't feel easy. There will be moments when your old self tries to come back. Moments when you feel tempted to fall into old habits. Moments when you question whether all this effort is worth it, but this is where discipline takes over. Because motivation will not always be there. Feelings will change. Energy will fluctuate. But discipline is what keeps you moving forward when everything else fades. It's what makes you show up when you don't feel like it. It's what keeps you consistent when results are slow. It's what builds real, lasting change. And the more disciplined you become, the more confident you feel. Not because life becomes easy, but because you become stronger. You trust yourself more. You rely on yourself more. You believe in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. And that belief changes how you live. You stop hesitating. You stop overthinking. You stop doubting every step. Instead, you move. You act. You build momentum. And momentum is powerful, because once you start moving forward consistently, it becomes harder to go back. You begin to see progress. Small at first, but real. And those small wins start to add up. They build confidence. They build motivation. They reinforce your belief that you are on the right path. And that belief keeps you going. You start to realize that success is not about one big moment. It's about small, consistent actions repeated over time. It's about showing up daily. It's about doing the work, even when no one is watching. It's about staying committed, even when results are not immediate. And this mindset separates those who achieve from those who only wish. Because wishing is easy. Talking is easy. Planning is easy. But doing, consistently doing, that's where most people fall short. But not you. You're here because something in you refuses to stay average. Something in you refuses to settle. Something in you wants more. And that desire, that inner drive, is your advantage. But it only works if you act on it, if you feed it. If you turn it into discipline. Because potential without action means nothing. Ideas without execution mean nothing. Dreams without effort stay dreams. So you must act. You must move. You must build. Even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it's inconvenient. Even when it's hard. Because that's the price of growth. And the people who are willing to pay that price are the ones who change their lives. As you continue forward, you'll notice something else. You become less reactive to negativity. Things that once triggered you no longer have the same effect. People who once bothered you lose their influence. Situations that once stressed you feel manageable. Not because life got easier, but because you got stronger. Your mindset evolved. Your perspective changed. And with that change, your entire experience of life shifts. You stop taking things personally. You stop wasting energy on things you cannot control. You focus on what truly matters. Your growth, your peace, your purpose. And that focus brings clarity. You know where you're going. You know what you stand for. You know what you will and will not tolerate. And that clarity makes decision-making easier. You no longer feel lost. You no longer feel uncertain. You move with direction. And direction creates progress. Progress creates confidence. Confidence creates momentum. And momentum transforms your life. But through all of this, you must remain aware of one thing. Growth is not a destination. It is a continuous process. There is no final level where everything becomes perfect. There is always more to learn, more to improve, more to become, and that's what makes this journey meaningful. Because every day is an opportunity to grow, to improve, to evolve, to become a better version of yourself. And if you stay committed to that process, your life will continue to change in ways you never imagined. So don't rush it, don't compare your journey to others. Don't get discouraged by slow progress. Stay focused, stay consistent, stay disciplined, because everything you're building is building you, and that is the most important transformation of all. If you've made it this far, then you're not just watching, you're understanding. And if you're understanding, then you're already ahead of most people. So take this seriously. Apply what you've heard. Start today. And if you're ready to keep growing, to keep evolving, to keep becoming stronger every single day, there is a level of self-respect that changes everything about how you live your life. It's not something you announce. It's not something you prove. It's something you carry quietly, and it shows in your decisions. It shows in what you tolerate, and more importantly, what you refuse to tolerate. When you reach that level, you no longer argue to be understood. You no longer chase to be chosen. You no longer lower yourself just to keep someone in your life. Instead, you become still. You observe more, you speak less, and you act only when it truly matters. This kind of control is rare. Most people react instantly. They let emotions lead them. They allow temporary feelings to create permanent consequences. But you are learning something different. You are learning to pause, to think, to choose your response instead of being controlled by it, and that alone puts you ahead of most people. Because the person who controls their reactions controls their life. As you grow into this mindset, you'll notice something else. You stop needing constant validation. You don't need to be praised to feel valuable. You don't need approval to feel confident. You don't need attention to feel seen. Because you've already given those things to yourself. And once you reach that point, you become independent in the most powerful way. Emotionally independent. You no longer depend on others to define your worth. You define it. You no longer depend on others to make you feel complete. You already are. And that changes how you connect with people. You no longer attach yourself out of fear. You no longer stay out of loneliness. You no longer give more than you receive just to avoid being alone. Instead, you choose connections that align with your standards. And if they don't, you walk away. Not with anger, not with resentment, but with clarity, because you understand something most people ignore. Not every connection is meant to last. Some people come into your life to teach you something, to show you what you deserve, or what you should never accept again. And once that lesson is learned, holding on only creates unnecessary pain. So you let go, you release. You move forward, and every time you do, you become lighter, stronger, more focused, because you're no longer carrying what was never meant to stay. This is the power of detachment. Not coldness, not indifference, but clarity. The ability to care without losing yourself. The ability to love without becoming dependent. The ability to walk away without breaking. And when you master this, your life becomes simpler. Less drama, less confusion, less emotional chaos, more peace, more direction, more control. You begin to realize that most problems come from attachment. Attachment to outcomes, attachment to people, attachment to expectations. And when those things don't go your way, you suffer. But when you learn to detach, you free yourself. You still care. You still try. You still give your best. But you are no longer destroyed when things don't work out. Because your identity is not tied to the outcome. Your worth is not tied to the result. You remain steady, regardless of what happens. And that steadiness is powerful. Because life will always be unpredictable. Things will change. People will change. Situations will shift. But if you remain grounded within yourself, nothing can truly shake you. That is real strength, not pretending to be strong, but actually being unshaken. And this strength is built over time, through discipline, through consistency, through self-awareness. Every day you choose growth over comfort, you build it. Every day you choose silence over unnecessary reactions, you strengthen it. Every day you choose yourself over external validation, you reinforce it, and slowly, it becomes who you are. Not something you try to be, but something you naturally are. You become calm under pressure, focused in chaos, confident in uncertainty, and this energy is different. People feel it, they notice it, they respect it, not because you demand it, but because you embody it, and the more you embody it, the less you need to prove anything. Because your presence speaks for itself. You don't chase respect. You attract it, you don't force attention. You earn it, you don't beg for value. You live it. And that is where everything changes. Your standards rise. Your mindset sharpens. Your life aligns. You stop living randomly. You start living intentionally. Every decision has purpose. Every action has direction. Every move is aligned with who you are becoming. And when you live like this, progress becomes inevitable. Not instant, but inevitable. Because consistency always wins. Small actions repeated daily create massive results over time. And that's where most people fail. They want quick results. They want instant change. They want success without the process. But real growth doesn't work like that. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes patience. And the people who understand this are the ones who succeed. Because they don't quit when it gets hard. They don't stop when results are slow. They don't lose focus when motivation fades. They stay consistent. And consistency builds everything. It builds confidence. It builds discipline. It builds identity. And once those things are built, nothing can take them away. So keep going, even when it feels slow. Even when it feels repetitive. Even when it feels like nothing is happening. Because something is happening. You are changing. You are growing. You are becoming. And one day, you will look back and realize that all those small, consistent efforts created a completely different version of you. A stronger version. A wiser version. A more disciplined version. And in that moment, you will understand that it was all worth it. Every sacrifice, every challenge, every moment of doubt, it all led you here. To a place where you finally respect yourself. Trust yourself. Believe in yourself. And once you reach that point, Nothing can stop you. Because the only thing that ever held you back was the version of you that didn't believe you could do it. But that version is gone now. You've outgrown it, you've moved past it, you've become something more. So don't go back. Don't shrink. Don't settle. Keep moving forward. Keep building. Keep becoming. And if you're still here, if you're still listening, if something in you is connecting with this, then you already know. You're not meant to stay the same. You're meant to grow, to evolve, to rise. So take that step. Commit to yourself. There is a point in your journey where you stop asking for permission to become who you were meant to be. You stop waiting for approval. You stop explaining your choices. And you stop shrinking just to make others comfortable. That moment is quiet, but it is powerful. Because from that moment on, your life is no longer controlled by outside opinions. It is shaped by your own standards. And your standards determine everything. They determine what you accept. They determine what you reject. They determine the direction of your entire life. Most people never raise their standards because they fear losing people. They fear being misunderstood. They fear standing alone. But what they don't realize is this: every time you lower your standards to keep someone, you lose a part of yourself. And over time, those small losses become a life you no longer recognize. So the real question becomes, are you willing to lose others to keep yourself? Because that is the price of self-respect. And once you are willing to pay that price, everything changes. You stop negotiating your worth. You stop explaining your boundaries. You stop tolerating behavior that drains you. You simply decide, and you act accordingly. No noise, no drama, just clarity. And clarity is what most people lack. They stay in situations they know are wrong. They hold on to people they've outgrown. They repeat patterns that keep hurting them. Not because they don't see it, but because they don't act on it. But you're different. You're starting to act. You're starting to choose growth over comfort. And that is what separates you. Because growth is uncomfortable by nature. It forces you to let go of what feels safe. It forces you to step into uncertainty. It forces you to face parts of yourself you've been avoiding. But that's where transformation happens. Not in comfort. Not in routine, but in challenge. Every time you choose the harder path, you build strength. Every time you resist the easy option, you build discipline. Every time you stay consistent, you build identity. And identity is everything. Because once something becomes part of your identity, it no longer requires effort. It becomes who you are. You don't try to be disciplined. You are disciplined. You don't try to be focused. You are focused. You don't try to respect yourself. You naturally do, and that's when your life truly changes. Because you're no longer relying on motivation. You're operating from identity. And identity is stable. It doesn't change based on mood. It doesn't disappear when things get hard. It stays consistent. And consistency creates results. Real results. Not temporary progress, but lasting change. As you continue evolving, you will notice something important. You become less impressed by words. People can say anything. They can promise anything. They can act a certain way for a short time. But you've learned to look deeper. You watch patterns. You observe consistency. You pay attention to actions. Because actions reveal truth. And once you understand that, you stop being easily influenced. You stop being easily convinced. You start making decisions based on reality, not illusions. And that protects your energy. Because energy is one of your most valuable resources. Where you invest it determines your results. If you waste it on distractions, you stay stuck. If you waste it on the wrong people, you feel drained. If you waste it on things that don't matter, you lose time you can't get back. But when you invest it wisely, everything changes. You grow faster. You think clearer. You move with purpose. And that's what you're learning now to protect your energy like it matters. Because it does. You start creating boundaries around your time. You limit what you consume. You choose carefully who you allow into your space. And these small decisions create massive impact. Because your environment shapes your mindset. And your mindset shapes your life. So when you upgrade your environment, you upgrade yourself. You remove negativity. You reduce distractions. You create space for focus. And in that space, you build something powerful. Clarity. Clarity about who you are. Clarity about where you're going. Clarity about what truly matters. And once you have clarity, decision-making becomes easy. You don't overthink. You don't hesitate. You act. Because you know. And knowing eliminates doubt. It removes confusion. It gives you direction. And direction is what most people lack. They move without purpose. They act without intention. They live without clarity. And because of that, they feel lost. But you are no longer in that position. You are becoming intentional. Every step you take is aligned. Every decision you make has purpose. Every action you take moves you forward. And forward movement is everything. Because even small progress is progress. Even slow growth is growth. And over time, it compounds. It builds momentum. And momentum changes everything. Because once you gain momentum, it becomes easier to keep going. You build confidence. You build belief. You build strength. And that combination makes you unstoppable. Not because nothing can challenge you, but because nothing can stop you from continuing. You adapt. You adjust. You keep moving. And that persistence is what creates success. Not talent, not luck, not timing, but persistence. The willingness to keep going when others stop. The discipline to stay consistent when others quit. The mindset to keep improving when others settle. And if you maintain that mindset, your future becomes inevitable. You will grow. You will improve. You will succeed. Not because it was easy, but because you refused to give up, and that is the difference. So stay focused. Stay disciplined. Stay committed. Because the version of you that you are building is worth it. There is something that happens when you finally get tired of being the version of yourself that keeps settling. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It's quiet. But it's final. You reach a point where you no longer negotiate your peace, where you no longer ignore your intuition, where you no longer pretend that things are okay when they clearly are not, and in that moment, something inside you shifts. You stop betraying yourself. You stop saying yes when you mean no. You stop holding on when you know it's time to let go, and that decision, that simple, powerful decision, becomes the turning point of your life. Because from that moment on, you begin to rebuild yourself with honesty. Not based on who people want you to be, but based on who you truly are. You begin to listen to your own voice again. Not the noise from the outside world. Not the opinions. Not the pressure. Just your own voice. And at first, it may feel unfamiliar. Because for so long, you've been listening to everything else except yourself. But the more you listen, the clearer it becomes. You start to understand what you need, what you want, what you deserve, and that clarity becomes your guide. You no longer feel lost. You no longer feel confused. You move with purpose, and purpose gives you direction. Direction gives you confidence, and confidence changes everything. You begin to trust yourself in a way you never have before. You trust your decisions. You trust your instincts. You trust your ability to walk away from what no longer serves you. And that trust is powerful. Because once you trust yourself, you stop seeking constant reassurance from others. You stop asking for validation. You stop doubting every step you take. Instead, you move forward, even when the path is unclear. Because you know that you will figure it out. And that belief makes you fearless in a different way. Not reckless, but steady. Not loud, but certain. And this kind of certainty is rare. Most people are unsure of themselves. They hesitate. They second guess. They wait for the perfect moment that never comes. But you are no longer waiting. You are acting. You are moving. You are becoming. And that alone separates you. Because the truth is, most people stay stuck not because they lack potential, but because they lack action. They think too much. They doubt too much. They wait too long. And by the time they decide to move, they've already lost time they can never get back. But you are not making that mistake. You are choosing now. You are choosing growth. You are choosing yourself, and that choice will change your life. Not instantly, but permanently. Because every day you continue on this path, you are reinforcing a new identity. An identity built on strength, on discipline, on self-respect, and the more you reinforce it, the more natural it becomes. You no longer have to force yourself to do the right things. You simply do them. Because that's who you are now. You are someone who shows up, someone who stays consistent. Someone who doesn't quit when things get difficult. And that identity is powerful. Because it removes excuses. It removes hesitation. It removes doubt. You don't ask yourself if you should do the work. You just do it. You don't question whether it's worth it. You already know it is, and that mindset creates momentum. Momentum that carries you forward, even on the days when you don't feel like it. Because let's be honest, there will be days like that. Days when you feel tired. Days when you feel unmotivated. Days when everything feels slow. But those are the days that matter the most. Because those are the days where your discipline is tested, where your commitment is tested, where your identity is tested. And every time you push through those days, you become stronger, not just physically or mentally, but internally. You build resilience, the ability to keep going no matter what. And resilience is what will carry you through life. Because life will not always be smooth. There will be challenges. There will be setbacks. There will be moments where everything feels uncertain. But if you are resilient, you will not break. You will adapt. You will adjust. You will continue. And that is what makes you unstoppable. Not perfection, not talent, but persistence. The ability to keep going when others stop. The ability to stay focused when others get distracted. The ability to remain disciplined when others give up, and if you hold on to that, nothing can truly stand in your way. Because you will always find a way forward. You will always rise. You will always grow. And one day, everything will make sense. All the struggles, all the lessons, all the moments where you felt like giving up, you will see how they shaped you, how they strengthened you, how they prepared you for the person you have become. And in that moment, you will feel something different. Not just pride, but peace. Peace in knowing that you didn't quit. Peace in knowing that you stayed true to yourself. Peace in knowing that you became the person you needed to become. And that feeling is worth everything. Because at the end of the day, this journey was never about proving anything to anyone else. It was about proving something to yourself. That you can grow, that you can change, that you can rise above anything that once held you back. And now, you know. You are no longer the same person. You are stronger, wiser, more disciplined, more aware, and most importantly, you respect yourself. And once you truly respect yourself, everything else falls into place. You no longer chase. You no longer beg. You no longer settle. You attract. You choose. You move with purpose. And your life begins to reflect that. Better decisions. Better habits. Better outcomes. All because you made one decision to choose yourself. So if you're still here, still listening, still growing, then understand this. You are already on the path. You are already becoming, and the only thing left to do is to keep going. No matter what, stay disciplined. Stay focused. Stay true to yourself, because the life you want is built by the person you are becoming right now, and that person is powerful. So don't stop. Don't look back. Don't doubt yourself. Keep moving forward. And if this message spoke to you, if it pushed you, if it made you see things differently, then take the next step. Subscribe to this channel and join a community that is committed to growth, strength, and self-mastery. Because this isn't just content, this is a transformation. And your journey is just beginning. Listen carefully, because this might change how you see people forever. Imagine waking up one day and nothing anyone says or does can shake you. No insults. No disrespect. No hidden negativity. Just peace, control, and quiet confidence. Most people spend their entire lives reacting, getting triggered, and losing their energy to others. But today, you're stepping into something different. Today, you learn how to become untouchable. There's a silent power in not reacting. Most people don't realize that their emotional reactions are being controlled by others. Someone says something careless, and suddenly your mood changes. Someone ignores you, and your mind starts overthinking. This is how people lose control over their own lives. But when you master your emotions, you take that control back. You stop being a puppet to other people's words and actions. The truth is, people will always try you. Some will test your patience. Some will project their own pain onto you. Some will try to provoke you just to see how you react. But none of that has power unless you give it power. The moment you decide that their behavior does not define your state of mind, you begin to rise above it. You become calm in situations that used to disturb you. A strong mind understands something most people ignore. Not everything deserves a reaction. In fact, most things don't. When someone disrespects you, it says more about them than it does about you. Their words reflect their mindset, their struggles, and their lack of control. Why would you allow someone like that to influence your peace? Emotional mastery begins with awareness. You must start noticing when you are being triggered. Pay attention to the moments your heart rate increases or your thoughts begin to spiral. That is your signal. That is the moment you pause. Instead of reacting instantly, take a breath. Create space between what happens and how you respond. In that space lies your power. Silence is often the strongest response. Not every situation needs an explanation. Not every insult needs a comeback. Sometimes, walking away without saying anything speaks louder than words ever could. It shows that you are not easily shaken. It shows that you value your peace more than proving a point. You must also understand that people act based on their level of awareness. Someone who is negative, rude, or hurtful is usually fighting their own internal battles. They may not even realize the damage they are causing. When you see this clearly, it becomes easier not to take things personally. You stop seeing attacks and start seeing patterns of behavior. One of the most powerful shifts you can make is this. Stop expecting people to behave the way you would. Not everyone thinks like you. Not everyone has your level of discipline or empathy. When you accept this, you stop being disappointed. You stop being surprised by negativity. And because of that, you stop being affected by it. Your peace is your responsibility. Nobody else is in charge of how you feel. If you allow someone to disturb your mind, you are handing them control over your inner world. But when you decide that your peace is non-negotiable, everything changes. You become selective with what you allow into your mind. Another key is emotional detachment. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop attaching your emotional state to other people's behavior. You can still observe, understand, and even respond when necessary, but without losing your calm. You remain steady no matter what happens around you. People often mistake calmness for weakness. But true calmness is strength. It takes discipline to stay composed when someone is trying to provoke you. It takes self-control to choose silence over reaction. It takes awareness to not let emotions take over. And that level of control is something very few people have. You will notice something interesting when you begin to practice this. The same things that used to bother you will start to feel smaller. Words that once hurt you will lose their impact. Situations that once stressed you will no longer feel important. It's not because the world has changed. It's because you have changed. Protecting your energy is essential. Not every conversation deserves your time. Not every person deserves access to your attention. You must learn to step back from environments and people that drain you. Distance is sometimes the best form of self-respect. Confidence also plays a role in this. When you truly know your worth, you don't feel the need to react to everything. You don't need validation. You don't need to prove yourself. You become secure in who you are, and that security makes you unshakable. There is a quiet freedom in not being bothered. You move through life with a sense of ease. You don't carry unnecessary emotional weight. You don't dwell on negativity. You focus on what truly matters. And because of that, your mind becomes clearer, your decisions become better, and your life becomes more peaceful. Remember this: people can only hurt you emotionally if you allow their words or actions to enter your mind and take control. But you have the ability to block that. You have the ability to choose your response. And in that choice lies your strength. The moment you decide that you are no longer available for emotional chaos, your life begins to change in ways you never expected. Not loud. It's not dramatic. It's quiet, subtle, almost invisible to others. But inside you, something powerful shifts. You stop reacting the way you used to. You stop explaining yourself to people who were never trying to understand you. And most importantly, you stop giving your energy to things that don't deserve it. Most people are addicted to reaction. They feel like they have to respond to everything. Every comment, every look, every slight change in someone's tone. It becomes exhausting. Their peace is constantly being interrupted because they have not yet realized one simple truth. Not everything is important. Not everything deserves your attention. And not everything deserves access to your mind. Think about how many times your mood has been ruined by something small. A message, a comment, a misunderstanding. In that moment, it feels big. It feels important. But if you step back and look at it later, you realize it didn't deserve that level of energy. This is how people lose control of their emotions. They magnify things that should have remained small. Emotional mastery is about perspective. It's about learning to see things for what they truly are instead of how they feel in the moment. When someone disrespects you, your first instinct might be to react, to defend yourself, to prove a point. But a disciplined mind pauses. It observes. It asks one simple question. Does this really matter? Most of the time, the answer is no, and when you truly understand that, something powerful happens. You begin to detach, not in a cold or distant way, but in a way that protects your peace. You stop allowing temporary situations to create permanent emotions. You stop carrying things that were never yours to carry in the first place. There is strength in being unbothered. Not the kind of strength that seeks attention, but the kind that is rooted in self-control. When people realize they can't provoke you, they lose interest. When they see that their words don't affect you, they stop trying. And even if they don't stop, it no longer matters because you are no longer reacting. This is where real power begins. Because the truth is, people often test boundaries. They push limits. They observe how far they can go, and your reactions teach them how to treat you. If you react emotionally every time, you show them that they have control over you. But when you remain calm, when you remain grounded, when you choose silence over reaction, you show them that you are not easily moved. And that changes everything. There will be moments when staying calm feels difficult. When someone says something that hits a nerve. When someone tries to disrespect you in a way that feels personal. In those moments, your discipline is tested. But that is also where your growth happens. Every time you choose not to react, you strengthen your control. Every time you stay calm, you build emotional resilience. Over time, it becomes natural. You no longer have to force yourself to stay calm. It becomes who you are. Another important realization is that people project their internal state onto others. Someone who is insecure may try to bring you down. Someone who is unhappy may try to disturb your peace. Someone who lacks control may try to provoke you. But none of that is about you. It never was. When you understand this deeply, you stop taking things personally. You begin to see behavior instead of attacks. You begin to see patterns instead of insults. And that shift in perception gives you freedom. Because now, you are no longer emotionally tied to what others do or say. You are observing, not absorbing. There is also a level of maturity that comes with choosing peace over ego. Your ego wants to react. It wants to defend. It wants to prove that you are right. But your higher self understands that not every battle is worth fighting. Some arguments are a waste of time. Some people are not open to understanding. And some situations are better left alone. Walking away is not weakness. It is wisdom. It takes strength to leave a conversation that is going nowhere. It takes discipline to remain silent when you could easily respond. It takes confidence to not feel the need to prove yourself. And when you reach that level, you become different. You begin to move differently. You begin to think differently. You begin to carry yourself with a calm confidence that others can feel, even if they can't explain it. People will notice. They will notice that you don't react the way you used to. They will notice that you are more composed, more controlled, more focused, and some will respect it. Others may feel uncomfortable because they can no longer influence you the way they used to. But that's the point. You are no longer available for manipulation. You are no longer available for unnecessary drama. You are no longer available for emotional chaos. Instead, you are focused on growth, on peace, on becoming the best version of yourself. And that requires protecting your energy at all costs. Your energy is one of your most valuable resources. Where you direct it determines the quality of your life. If you spend it on negativity, on arguments, on people who drain you, you will feel exhausted. But if you protect it, if you invest it wisely, you will feel stronger, clearer, and more in control. This is why boundaries are important. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everyone deserves your time. Not everyone deserves your attention. And once you accept that, you stop feeling guilty for choosing yourself. You stop over-explaining. You stop overgiving. You stop trying to please everyone. Instead, you become intentional. You choose where your energy goes. You choose who you engage with. You choose what deserves your attention. And that level of awareness is what separates emotional mastery from emotional chaos. At the end of the day, being unbothered is not about ignoring everything. It's about choosing wisely. It's about understanding what matters and what doesn't. It's about responding when necessary and staying silent when it's not. It's about control. And control begins within. There comes a point in your life when you realize that reacting to everything is a form of weakness disguised as strength. You think you're standing up for yourself. You think you're proving a point. But in reality, you are giving away your control. Every reaction you give is energy spent. And most of the time, it's spent on things that don't deserve it. The strongest people are not the loudest. They are not the ones arguing, defending, or trying to win every conversation. The strongest people are the ones who can remain calm in chaos. The ones who can hear negativity and still stay centered. The ones who understand that their peace is far more valuable than being right. When you begin to adopt this mindset, something shifts in your daily life. Situations that once triggered you begin to lose their grip. You start to notice how often people act out of emotion rather than logic. You start to see how many conflicts are unnecessary. And most importantly, you start to realize that you have been participating in things that never deserved your attention. That awareness is powerful, because once you see it, you cannot unsee it. You begin to pause before reacting. You begin to observe instead of jumping in. And in that pause, you gain control. That small moment of awareness is what separates a reactive person from a disciplined one. Imagine this. Someone speaks to you in a disrespectful tone. In the past, you might have reacted instantly. You might have raised your voice. You might have tried to match their energy. But now, you pause. You look at them. You understand that their behavior is a reflection of their state, not yours. And instead of reacting, you stay calm. That moment changes everything. Because now, you are not controlled by the situation. You are controlling yourself within the situation. And that is real power. Most people never reach this level because they are too focused on external control. They want to control how others act. They want people to behave a certain way. They want respect, understanding, and validation from everyone around them. But the truth is, you cannot control others. You can only control yourself. And when you truly accept that, your life becomes simpler. You stop expecting people to meet your standards. You stop being disappointed when they don't. You stop trying to fix or change others. Instead, you focus on your own behavior, your own reactions, your own mindset. That is where your power lies. Another thing you will notice is how silence begins to work in your favor. Silence is uncomfortable for many people. When they try to provoke you and you don't respond, it creates a space they don't know how to handle. They expect a reaction. They expect engagement. But when they get nothing, they are forced to sit with their own behavior. And often, that speaks louder than any words you could have said. Silence is not empty. It is full of control. It shows that you are not easily moved. It shows that you are not desperate to prove anything. It shows that you are grounded in yourself. And that kind of presence is rare. You also begin to understand that not every opinion matters. In a world where everyone has something to say, it becomes easy to feel overwhelmed by the noise. But the truth is, most opinions are irrelevant to your life. They come from people who don't understand your journey, your struggles, or your goals. So why give them power? When you stop valuing every opinion, you free yourself from unnecessary pressure. You stop trying to please everyone. You stop adjusting yourself to fit into expectations that were never meant for you. You become authentic. You become focused. You become free. And with that freedom comes a new level of confidence. Not the loud, attention-seeking type, but a quiet confidence. The kind that doesn't need validation. The kind that doesn't need approval. The kind that simply exists because you know who you are. That confidence makes you unbothered. Because now, your self-worth is not tied to how others treat you. It is rooted within you. And that is something no one can take away. There will still be challenges. There will still be moments where people test your patience. But the difference is how you handle them. Instead of reacting emotionally, you respond with clarity. Instead of getting pulled into drama, you step back. Instead of losing control, you maintain it. That consistency builds strength. Over time, it becomes your default state. You no longer have to remind yourself to stay calm. You simply are calm. You no longer have to force yourself to ignore negativity. It no longer affects you. You no longer feel the need to react, because you understand that your reaction is a choice, and you choose peace. This is the essence of emotional mastery. It's not about avoiding people. It's not about shutting down your emotions. It's about understanding them. Controlling them, using them wisely. It's about being aware of what is happening inside you and choosing how you respond. And that level of awareness changes everything. There is a level of calm that most people never experience. Not because it is impossible to reach, but because they never learn how to let go of what disturbs them. They carry everything, every insult, every misunderstanding, every moment of disrespect. They hold on to it, replay it, and allow it to grow inside their minds. But you are different now. You are learning how to release what no longer serves you. And that begins with a simple realization. You don't have to carry everything that happens to you. Just because something occurs does not mean it deserves a place in your mind. You have the ability to let it pass, to observe it and move on without attachment. This is what makes you emotionally free. Think about how light you would feel if you stopped holding on to every negative experience. If you stopped replaying conversations. If you stopped overanalyzing what someone meant. If you simply allowed things to happen without letting them define your state of mind. That is peace. And peace is power. Most people believe peace comes from controlling their environment. They think that if people behave a certain way, then they will feel calm. But that is a fragile way to live. Because people are unpredictable, situations change. Life does not always go as planned. So if your peace depends on external factors, it will always be unstable. True peace comes from within. It comes from your ability to remain steady regardless of what is happening around you. It comes from knowing that no matter what someone says or does, you are in control of your response. And that is where your strength lies. When you stop reacting, you begin to see clearly. You begin to notice patterns that were hidden before. You see how some people seek attention through negativity. You see how others try to provoke reactions because they lack control over themselves. You see how much of the world operates on emotion rather than awareness. And once you see it, you stop participating in it. You step back. You observe. You remain calm. There is something incredibly powerful about being the calmest person in a chaotic situation. While others are reacting, arguing, and losing control, you remain grounded. You are not pulled into the noise. You are not affected by the tension. You are centered. And that presence alone commands respect. Not because you demand it, but because people feel it. They notice that you are different. They notice that you don't engage in unnecessary conflict. They notice that you are not easily influenced. And whether they admit it or not, they respect that level of control. But this level of discipline does not happen overnight. It is built through practice, through awareness, through making the conscious decision, again and again, to not react. There will be times when you feel the urge to respond. When your emotions rise and your mind tells you to say something, to defend yourself, to prove a point. And in those moments, you must pause. Take a breath. Create space. Because that space is where your power exists. In that space, you have a choice. You can react, or you can remain in control. And every time you choose control, you strengthen your mind. Over time, this becomes your identity. You become someone who is not easily shaken. Someone who does not lose control over small things. Someone who values peace over ego. And that changes the way you experience life. You begin to enjoy things more. You begin to feel lighter. You begin to move through challenges with clarity instead of confusion. Because your mind is no longer cluttered with unnecessary emotional weight. Another important aspect of this journey is understanding that not everyone deserves access to your inner world. Some people are simply not aligned with your growth. They may bring negativity, drama, or unnecessary stress into your life. And it is your responsibility to recognize that. You are allowed to create distance. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to choose yourself. This is not selfish. This is necessary. Because the more you protect your energy, the stronger you become. The more selective you are with who you engage with, the more control you maintain over your emotional state. And that is how you stay unbothered. Not by ignoring everything, but by choosing wisely what you allow into your life. There is also a deep level of self-respect that comes with this mindset. When you stop reacting to everything, you show yourself that you are in control. You show yourself that you value your peace more than temporary emotions. And that builds confidence, real confidence, the kind that is not based on external validation, but on internal stability. You no longer need people to treat you a certain way to feel good about yourself. You no longer depend on others for your emotional state. You are grounded within yourself. And that makes you unshakable. At this point, life begins to feel different. Challenges still exist, but they no longer overwhelm you. People still act out, but they no longer affect you. Situations still arise, but they no longer control you. Because you have mastered something most people never do, you have mastered yourself. And that is the ultimate goal. If you are still here, it means you are committed to growth. You are not just listening. You are evolving. You are becoming someone who is calm, disciplined, and in control. So take this seriously. Apply it daily. Practice it in every situation. And watch how your life changes. There is a hidden truth most people never realize until it's too late. The more you react, the more you train people to disturb you. Every time you lose control, every time you allow your emotions to take over, you are silently teaching others how to get a reaction out of you. And once people learn that, they will use it, consciously or unconsciously. But the moment you stop reacting, you break that pattern. You become unpredictable. You become difficult to read. And most importantly, you become difficult to control. This is where your emotional independence begins. Because now, your state of mind is no longer tied to someone else's behavior. It is not dependent on how they speak to you, how they treat you, or what they think about you. It is rooted in something deeper: your awareness, your discipline, and your ability to choose your response. And that choice is everything. Most people don't realize they have it. They believe their emotions just happen to them. They believe anger, frustration, and stress are automatic. But they are not. They are responses. And every response can be controlled with enough awareness and practice. At first, it may feel difficult. You may catch yourself reacting before you even think. You may feel overwhelmed in certain situations. But that is part of the process. Awareness comes first. Control comes later. So don't rush it. Instead, observe yourself. Notice how you react. Notice what triggers you. Notice the patterns. Because once you see them clearly, you can begin to change them. There is also something important you must understand about people. Not everyone deserves your explanation. Not everyone deserves your side of the story. Some people are committed to misunderstanding you. No matter how clearly you speak, no matter how much you explain, they will still twist your words to fit their perspective. And in those moments, silence becomes your greatest tool. You don't have to defend yourself to people who have already decided how they see you. You don't have to prove anything to those who are not willing to understand. You don't have to waste your energy trying to change someone's perception. Let them think what they want. Your peace is more important. This is one of the hardest lessons to learn, but also one of the most freeing. When you stop trying to control how others see you, you release a massive burden. You stop performing. You stop overthinking. You stop adjusting yourself just to fit into someone else's expectations. You become real. You become grounded. You become free. And with that freedom comes a new level of emotional strength. Because now, nothing outside of you has the power to shake what is inside of you. Another shift that will change your life is learning not to chase closure. Many people stay emotionally disturbed because they are looking for answers. They want to understand why someone treated them a certain way. They want explanations. They want clarity. But the truth is, you won't always get it, and that's okay. Closure is not something others give you. It is something you create within yourself. It comes from acceptance, from understanding that not everything will make sense, from letting go of the need to figure everything out. When you reach that point, you stop holding on to things that no longer matter. You stop revisiting the past. You stop reopening wounds. You move forward. And moving forward is where your power is, because the past cannot control you unless you allow it to. You also begin to understand the importance of emotional distance. This doesn't mean you isolate yourself or become cold. It means you create healthy boundaries. You allow yourself to care, but not to the point where it disrupts your peace. You remain balanced. You remain in control. You remain aware. And that balance is what keeps you grounded in difficult situations. There is also a quiet confidence that develops when you master this. You no longer feel the need to react quickly. You no longer feel pressured to respond immediately. You take your time. You think. You choose your words carefully, or you choose not to speak at all. And that control makes your presence powerful. People begin to take you more seriously. Not because you demand respect, but because your actions naturally command it. They see that you are not easily influenced. They see that you are not driven by emotion. They see that you are stable. And in a world full of chaos, stability is rare. This journey is not about becoming emotionless. It is about becoming emotionally intelligent. It is about understanding your feelings without being controlled by them. It is about recognizing what is happening inside you and choosing how to respond in a way that aligns with your values. That is true mastery. And once you reach that level, your life becomes simpler. You stop complicating things. You stop creating unnecessary stress. You stop engaging in pointless conflicts. Instead, you focus on what truly matters. Your growth. Your peace. Your purpose. Everything else becomes background noise. And that is how you become unbothered. Not by ignoring reality, but by mastering your response to it. There is something almost invisible happening when you begin to master your emotions. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't make noise. But it changes everything about how you experience life. You start to notice that situations that once felt overwhelming now feel manageable. Conversations that once drained you now feel insignificant. People who once had the power to disturb you slowly lose their influence. And the most surprising part is this: nothing around you has changed. The same people still exist. The same situations still happen. The same challenges still appear. But you are no longer the same person responding to them. That is the difference. You begin to realize that peace was never something you had to find outside. It was always something you had to build within. And once you start building it, layer by layer, moment by moment, it becomes stronger than anything trying to disturb it. There will be moments when people expect you to react the old way. They remember who you used to be. They remember how easy it was to get a reaction from you. So they may try again. They may say something provoking. They may act in a way that used to trigger you. But this time, something is different. You pause. You observe. You remain still. And in that stillness, you break the pattern. That moment is powerful because it shows growth. Not to them, but to yourself. It shows that you are no longer controlled by the same triggers. It shows that you have evolved beyond the version of yourself that needed to react. And that realization builds confidence. Real confidence doesn't come from what you say. It comes from what you can control. When you know you can remain calm under pressure, you begin to trust yourself more. You begin to feel secure, not because everything is perfect, but because you know you can handle whatever comes your way. That inner trust is what makes you unshakable. Another important shift happens when you stop taking things personally. Most people walk through life believing everything is about them. If someone is rude, they think it's a personal attack. If someone is distant, they assume it's something they did. If someone disagrees, they feel disrespected. But the truth is, most of the time, it has nothing to do with you. People are dealing with their own thoughts, their own emotions, their own struggles. Their actions are shaped by their internal world, not yours. When you understand this deeply, you stop internalizing everything. You stop carrying emotions that were never yours to carry. You become lighter, and that lightness changes how you move through life. You stop overthinking every interaction. You stop replaying conversations in your head. You stop searching for hidden meanings in simple situations. Instead, you accept things as they are. And acceptance brings peace. There is also a level of emotional discipline that comes from choosing your battles wisely. Not every situation requires your input. Not every disagreement needs to be resolved. Not every comment deserves a response. In fact, most don't. When you learn to walk away from things that don't matter, you preserve your energy for what truly does. You become more focused, more intentional, more aligned with your goals. And that focus gives you an advantage. While others are distracted by drama, you are building. While others are arguing, you are growing. While others are reacting, you are evolving. This is how you separate yourself. This is how you rise. There will also be moments where silence feels uncomfortable. Where you feel the urge to explain yourself, to defend your actions, to make sure people understand you. But in many cases, that urge comes from a need for validation. And you don't need that anymore. You don't need everyone to understand you. You don't need everyone to agree with you. You don't need everyone to see your perspective. Because your value does not come from their approval. It comes from your self-awareness, from your discipline, from your ability to remain true to yourself regardless of external opinions. And when you reach that level, something incredible happens. You stop seeking validation, and you start living freely. You make decisions based on what aligns with you, not what pleases others. You express yourself without fear of judgment. You move with confidence, not because everyone supports you, but because you support yourself. That is real freedom. And that freedom makes you unbothered. You are no longer tied to outcomes you cannot control. You are no longer affected by opinions that do not matter. You are no longer disturbed by actions that do not align with your values. You simply observe, understand, and move forward. There is also a deep sense of clarity that comes with this mindset. Your thoughts become quieter. Your mind becomes more focused. You are no longer overwhelmed by unnecessary noise. And in that clarity, you begin to see your path more clearly. You know what matters. You know what doesn't. You know where to invest your energy. And that makes your life more intentional, more meaningful, more powerful. At this point, being unbothered is no longer something you try to be, it becomes who you are. It becomes your natural state. You don't have to remind yourself to stay calm. You don't have to force yourself to ignore negativity. It happens automatically, because you have trained your mind to operate at a higher level. And once you reach that level, there is no going back. You cannot return to a life of constant reaction. You cannot go back to being controlled by every small thing. Because now, you know better. And knowing better changes everything. There is a quiet moment that happens when you begin to outgrow your old reactions. It's subtle, but powerful. You find yourself in a situation that would have once triggered you instantly, and instead of reacting, you just pause. You feel the emotion rise, but it doesn't control you. It passes through you without taking over. That moment is a sign of growth. It means you are no longer operating on impulse. You are no longer giving away your power without thinking. You are becoming intentional. And intentional living is what separates those who are constantly disturbed from those who remain at peace. Most people never reach this point because they are constantly distracted. They move from one reaction to another, never taking the time to understand why they feel the way they do. They blame others. They blame situations. They blame circumstances. But they never look within. And without that awareness, nothing changes. But you are different. You are beginning to look inward. You are beginning to understand that your reactions are patterns. Learned behaviors that can be unlearned. Conditioned responses that can be rewritten. And once you see that clearly, you realize something powerful. You are not stuck. You are not bound to react the same way forever. You have the ability to change. And that realization alone can shift your entire life. There is also a deep sense of control that comes when you stop needing immediate responses. In today's world, Everything feels urgent. Messages need replies. Comments need answers. Situations demand reactions. But when you slow down, when you step back, you realize that most of this urgency is an illusion. Not everything needs your attention right now. Not everything needs your response at all. And when you free yourself from that pressure, your mind becomes calmer. You begin to think more clearly. You begin to act with purpose instead of impulse. This is how you protect your peace. You also begin to notice how much energy is wasted on things that don't matter. Small arguments, meaningless opinions, temporary emotions. When you are constantly reacting, you are constantly draining yourself. But when you choose stillness, when you choose control, you conserve that energy. And that energy can now be used for something greater. Your growth, your goals, your purpose. This is where your life begins to elevate. Because instead of being pulled in every direction, you are focused. You are intentional. You are moving forward with clarity and strength. There is also something important about learning to be comfortable with being misunderstood. Not everyone will see your growth. Not everyone will understand your silence. Some may think you have changed in a negative way. Some may think you are distant. Some may even try to provoke you more because they don't recognize the new version of you. But that's part of the process. Growth is not always understood by others. And that's okay. You are not here to be understood by everyone. You are here to become the best version of yourself. And that requires letting go of the need for approval. When you stop needing people to understand you, you become free. You no longer explain yourself unnecessarily. You no longer overextend your energy trying to justify your actions. You simply live in alignment with your values. And that alignment creates peace. Another powerful shift happens when you stop attaching your emotions to outcomes. Many people become disturbed because things don't go the way they expected. Plans change. People disappoint. Situations don't unfold as they hoped. And because they are attached to those outcomes, they suffer. But when you learn to detach, you become flexible. You understand that life is unpredictable. You accept that not everything will go your way. And because of that, you are not shaken when things change. You adapt. You adjust. You move forward. This flexibility is a form of strength. It allows you to remain stable even in uncertain situations. It allows you to stay calm even when things don't go as planned. And that stability is what keeps you grounded. You also begin to understand the power of letting go. Not everything is meant to stay in your life. Some people are temporary. Some situations are lessons. Some experiences are meant to teach you something and then pass. Holding on to everything only creates emotional weight. But when you let go, you create space. Space for peace. Space for growth. Space for better things to enter your life. Letting go is not about losing. It's about choosing yourself. It's about recognizing what no longer serves you and having the strength to release it. And that strength makes you unbothered. Because now, you are not clinging to things that disturb your peace. You are not holding on to negativity. You are not allowing the past to control your present. You are free. There is also a deeper level of awareness that comes with this journey. You begin to see how your thoughts influence your emotions. You realize that it's not just what happens to you, but how you interpret it that determines how you feel. And when you change your perspective, you change your experience. A negative comment can either disturb you or be ignored. A difficult situation can either stress you or strengthen you. An unexpected challenge can either frustrate you or teach you. The difference is not in the situation. It's in your mindset. And once you understand that, you gain control. Because now, you are not at the mercy of external events. You are shaping your internal response. And that is true power. At this stage, you begin to feel a sense of peace that is not easily disturbed. It's not dependent on everything being perfect. It's not based on people behaving a certain way. It exists within you, regardless of what is happening around you. And that kind of peace is rare. It is earned through discipline, through awareness, through consistent effort. But once you have it, it changes everything. You move differently. You think differently. You live differently. And most importantly, you are no longer easily shaken. There comes a moment in your journey where silence no longer feels like suppression. It feels like strength. You are no longer quiet because you don't know what to say. You are quiet because you understand that not everything deserves to be spoken into existence. Not every thought needs to be expressed. Not every emotion needs to be displayed. And in that understanding, you gain control. Because when you control what you express, you control how you experience the world. Most people are constantly leaking their energy. Through words, through reactions, through unnecessary engagement. They speak too quickly, react too fast, and give too much of themselves to situations that will not matter in the long run. But you are learning to be different. You are learning to hold your energy, to observe before acting, to think before responding, and that shift alone puts you ahead of most people. There is also something powerful about becoming comfortable with stillness. In a world that is constantly moving, constantly noisy, constantly demanding attention, stillness feels unfamiliar. Almost uncomfortable at first. But when you lean into it, when you allow yourself to sit in that quiet space without distraction, you begin to discover something important. You begin to discover yourself. You begin to understand your thoughts, your emotions, your patterns. You begin to see clearly what used to be hidden under layers of constant reaction. And in that clarity, you find direction. Because now, you are not just reacting to life. You are understanding it, and when you understand something, you are no longer controlled by it. There will be moments when your old self tries to return. Moments when you feel the urge to react, to argue, to prove a point. And that is normal. Growth is not about never feeling those urges. It is about not acting on them. It is about recognizing them and choosing differently. Every time you choose differently, you reinforce your new identity. Every time you stay calm, you strengthen your control. Every time you walk away from something that does not serve you, you elevate your standard. And over time, those small decisions become who you are. You become someone who is not easily shaken. Someone who is not easily influenced. Someone who is grounded, focused, and in control. And that kind of person moves through life with a different energy. People can feel it, they may not understand it, but they feel it. They feel your calmness. They feel your presence. They feel your stability. And in a world full of emotional chaos, that kind of energy stands out. But this journey is not just about how others see you. It is about how you experience your own life. When you are no longer constantly reacting, your mind becomes quieter. Your thoughts become clearer. You are able to focus on what truly matters without being distracted by unnecessary noise. And that clarity allows you to grow faster, to think deeper, to live more intentionally. You begin to invest your energy into things that actually move your life forward. Your goals, your purpose, your personal development. Instead of being stuck in cycles of reaction, you are building something meaningful. And that is where real fulfillment comes from. There is also a deep sense of self-respect that develops when you stop allowing others to disturb your peace. You are no longer available for disrespect. Not because you fight it, but because you simply don't engage with it. You don't lower yourself to match negative energy. You don't entertain behavior that goes against your values. You rise above it, and that is what protects you. Because not everything needs to be confronted. Some things just need to be left behind. You also begin to understand that your time is limited. And when you truly realize that, you become more selective with how you spend it. You stop wasting it on arguments that lead nowhere. You stop giving it to people who drain you. You stop investing it in things that do not add value to your life. Instead, you become intentional. You choose peace. You choose growth. You choose yourself. And that choice changes everything. Because now, your life is no longer driven by external chaos. It is guided by internal clarity. And that clarity leads to a different kind of happiness. Not the temporary kind that depends on circumstances, but a steady, grounded kind that stays with you regardless of what is happening around you. That is true emotional mastery. It is not about avoiding challenges. It is about facing them with control. It is not about shutting down emotions. It is about understanding them. It is not about isolating yourself from the world. It is about moving through it without being controlled by it, and once you reach that level, you realize something powerful. Very few things actually matter. Very few opinions actually count. Very few situations actually deserve your energy. And because of that, you become free. Free from overthinking. Free from unnecessary stress. Free from emotional dependence. Free from the need to react. You become calm. You become focused. You become powerful. And now, you are no longer just existing. You are living with intention. You are moving with purpose. You are in control. So the next time someone tries to provoke you, pause. The next time you feel the urge to react, breathe. The next time chaos tries to pull you in, step back. And remember who you are becoming. You are becoming someone who cannot be easily disturbed. Someone who values peace over ego. Someone who understands that true strength is not in reacting, but in remaining in control. And that is rare. That is powerful. That is you. If you've stayed until this moment, it means something inside you is ready for change. Ready for growth. Ready to step into a higher level of discipline and awareness. So don't let this just be something you listen to, let it be something you live. Apply it in your daily life. Practice it in your interactions. Build it into your mindset. And watch how everything begins to shift. Now here's the truth most people will never hear. The world will keep testing you. People will keep trying you. Situations will keep challenging you. But none of it will matter if you remain in control. Because at the end of the day, it was never about them. It was always about you. Your mind, your response, your power. And the moment you fully understand that, is the moment you become untouchable. Not because nothing happens to you, but because nothing controls you anymore. Subscribe to this channel now and continue your journey toward becoming calm, disciplined, and unshakable. More powerful insights are coming, and each one will take you closer to the strongest version of yourself. Stay calm, stay focused, and remember, when you stop letting the world control your emotions, you don't just find peace, you become it. The truth most people avoid hearing is this: your life will not magically improve unless you take control of your mind. Right now, someone out there is facing worse circumstances than you, yet they are calmer, stronger, and more fulfilled. Why? Because they understand something powerful. You don't control what happens to you, but you control how you respond. And that response shapes your entire life. If you keep reacting emotionally to everything, life will feel like a constant storm. But the moment you pause, observe, and choose your reaction carefully, everything begins to change. This is the foundation of Stoicism. Master your inner world, and the outer world loses its power to disturb you. Many people suffer not because life is hard, but because they expect it to be easy. When reality doesn't match expectations, frustration begins. Stoicism teaches you to flip this mindset. Expect challenges. Expect discomfort. Expect setbacks. When they come, you won't break, you'll be ready. And when you're ready, life stops feeling unfair and starts feeling like a game you can handle. You must also learn to detach from things you cannot control. Worrying about other people's opinions, the past, or uncertain outcomes will drain your energy. Instead, focus on what is within your control: your thoughts, your actions, your discipline. When you shift your attention this way, you reclaim your power. Another hard truth is that comfort is often the enemy of growth. When you avoid discomfort, you also avoid becoming stronger. Every time you choose discipline over laziness, courage over fear, and patience over anger, you build a version of yourself that cannot be easily shaken. Growth doesn't happen in ease, it happens in resistance. Your time is limited, whether you think about it or not. Most people live as if they have forever, wasting days on distractions that add no value. But when you remember that your time is finite, you begin to live with urgency and purpose. You start choosing what truly matters and letting go of what doesn't. You also need to understand that not everyone will understand you, support you, or even like you, and that's okay. Trying to please everyone is a guaranteed path to misery. Instead, focus on living according to your values. Respect yourself enough to walk your own path, even if it means standing alone. Gratitude is another powerful lesson. When you constantly focus on what's missing, you will never feel satisfied. But when you appreciate what you already have, your mindset shifts from lack to abundance. Even in difficult moments, there is always something to be grateful for, and that perspective can transform your entire outlook on life. You must also train your mind to stay calm in chaos. Life will test you. People will provoke you. Situations will frustrate you. But your strength lies in your ability to remain steady. When you refuse to be controlled by external events, you become mentally unbreakable. Take responsibility for your life. Blaming others may feel easy, but it keeps you stuck. The moment you accept that your choices shape your future, you gain the power to change it. Responsibility is not a burden, it's freedom. Every day is an opportunity to improve, even if it's just a small step. Consistency matters more than intensity. You don't need to change everything overnight. Focus on becoming a little better each day, and over time, the results will speak for themselves. And remember this, your mind is always listening to you. The way you speak to yourself matters. If you constantly tell yourself that life is hard and unfair, that's exactly how it will feel. But if you train your mind to see challenges as opportunities, you begin to grow stronger with every experience. So choose discipline over excuses. Choose growth over comfort. Choose peace over chaos. These choices may not be easy, but they will save you from a life of regret and misery. There comes a moment in life when you realize that no one is coming to save you. No perfect opportunity, no sudden miracle, no external force is going to transform your life overnight. This realization can feel heavy at first, but hidden within it is a powerful kind of freedom. Because when you stop waiting, you start acting. And when you start acting, everything begins to shift in ways you never imagined. One of the deepest lessons you must understand is that your thoughts are not always telling you the truth. Your mind can exaggerate fear, magnify problems, and create illusions that hold you back. If you blindly follow every negative thought, you will live a life controlled by anxiety and doubt. But when you learn to question your thoughts, to step back and observe them, you create space between you and your emotions. In that space, you find clarity and control. Discipline is another principle that separates those who grow from those who remain stuck. Motivation is temporary. It comes and goes depending on how you feel. But discipline stays. Discipline is choosing to do what needs to be done even when you don't feel like it. It is waking up when it's hard, staying focused when distractions are everywhere, and continuing when progress feels slow. Over time, discipline becomes your greatest ally. You must also learn to embrace solitude. In a world filled with noise, constant notifications, and endless distractions, being alone with your thoughts can feel uncomfortable. But solitude is where you understand yourself. It is where you reflect, where you grow, and where you find direction. If you cannot be alone without feeling restless, it means there is work to be done within. Another truth is that failure is not the enemy. Avoiding failure, as every successful person has faced rejection, setbacks, and disappointment. What makes them different is not that they avoided failure, but that they learned from it. When you begin to see failure as feedback rather than defeat, you remove its power over you. You become willing to try, to risk, and to grow. Patience is a virtue that many people ignore, yet it is essential for a peaceful life. We live in a world that demands instant results. But meaningful change takes time. Growth takes time. Success takes time. When you rush the process, you create unnecessary stress. But when you trust the process and remain consistent, results come naturally. You must guard your energy carefully. Not everyone deserves access to your time, attention, and emotions. Some people bring negativity, drama, and chaos into your life. If you allow them to stay, they will drain you. Stoicism teaches you to set boundaries, not out of anger, but out of self-respect. Protect your peace at all costs. Another lesson is learning to let go. Holding on to anger, resentment, and past mistakes only weighs you down. You cannot move forward if you are constantly looking backward. Letting go does not mean forgetting or pretending something didn't happen. It means accepting it and choosing not to let it control you anymore. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is acting despite fear. There will always be moments when you feel uncertain, when doubt creeps in, when the path ahead seems unclear. But if you wait until you feel completely ready, you will never begin. Courage is taking the step anyway. Your environment also plays a powerful role in shaping your life. The people you surround yourself with, the content you consume, and the habits you build all influence your mindset. If you are constantly surrounded by negativity, it will affect you. But if you choose an environment that encourages growth, discipline, and positivity, it will lift you. You must also understand that happiness is not something you find, it is something you create. Chasing external things like money, status, or validation will not bring lasting fulfillment. True peace comes from within. It comes from aligning your actions with your values, from living with purpose, and from appreciating the present moment. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to become stronger. Life is not happening to you, it is happening for you. Even the difficult moments carry lessons that can shape you into a better version of yourself. When you adopt this mindset, you stop seeing problems as obstacles and start seeing them as stepping stones. Consistency is what turns small actions into big results. It is not what you do once in a while that defines you, but what you do every day. Small habits, repeated over time, create massive change. Whether it is improving your mindset, your health, or your skills, consistency is the key. You must also be honest with yourself. Self-deception is one of the biggest barriers to growth. It is easy to make excuses, to blame circumstances, or to avoid facing uncomfortable truths. But real growth begins with honesty. When you acknowledge your weaknesses, you give yourself the chance to improve them. Another powerful lesson is learning to control your desires. Wanting more is natural, but uncontrolled desire leads to dissatisfaction. No matter how much you achieve, it will never feel enough if your mind is always focused on what's next. Learning to be content while still striving for improvement is a balance that brings peace. Resilience is built through adversity. Every time you overcome a challenge, you become stronger. Every time you endure hardship, you develop endurance. Life will test you, but those tests are what shape your character. Instead of avoiding difficulties, face them with strength. You must also learn the art of silence. Not every situation requires a reaction. Not every argument needs a response. Sometimes, the strongest move is to remain silent and walk away. Silence protects your energy and prevents unnecessary conflict. Self-respect is the foundation of a fulfilling life. When you respect yourself, you make better choices. You set higher standards. You refuse to tolerate things that harm you. And most importantly, you build a life that aligns with your values. Another important lesson is that comparison is a trap. When you constantly compare yourself to others, you lose sight of your own journey. Everyone is on a different path, facing different challenges. Focus on your progress, not someone else's success. You must also embrace change. Life is constantly evolving, and resisting change only creates suffering. When you learn to adapt, to flow with life instead of fighting it, you find peace even in uncertainty. Forgiveness is not about the other person, it is about you. Holding on to grudges only keeps you tied to the past. Forgiving allows you to move forward with a lighter heart. It frees you from emotional burdens that serve no purpose. You must train your mind to focus on what truly matters. Many people waste their energy on trivial things that do not contribute to their growth. Focus on your goals, your values, and your purpose. Let go of distractions that do not serve you. Another lesson is learning to accept reality as it is. Fighting reality only creates frustration. When you accept things as they are, you can respond more effectively. Acceptance does not mean giving up. It means seeing clearly so you can act wisely. Your habits shape your identity. What you do daily becomes who you are. If you want to change your life, start by changing your habits. Small, consistent improvements lead to powerful transformations. You must also understand that peace is a choice. No matter what is happening around you, you have the ability to remain calm. It takes practice, but it is possible. And once you master it, nothing can easily disturb you. Growth requires discomfort. There is no way around it. If you want to become stronger, wiser, and more capable, you must be willing to face challenges. Comfort may feel good in the moment, but it does not lead to growth. You must also take time to reflect. Reflection allows you to learn from your experiences. It helps you understand what is working and what is not. Without reflection, you repeat the same mistakes. Another truth is that life is unpredictable. No matter how much you plan, things will not always go as expected. Learning to adapt and stay calm in uncertainty is a powerful skill. You must also believe in your ability to change. No matter where you are right now, you have the potential to improve. Your past does not define your future. What matters is what you choose to do today. At the end of the day, your life is the result of your choices. Every decision you make shapes your future. Choose wisely. Choose growth. Choose discipline. Choose peace. There is a silent battle happening within you every single day, and most people are completely unaware of it. It is the battle between who you are now and who you have the potential to become. This battle does not announce itself loudly. It shows up in the small moments, when you choose comfort over effort, when you avoid what needs to be done, when you listen to doubt instead of discipline. And over time, these small decisions shape the entire direction of your life. The truth is, your life is not defined by big moments alone. It is built quietly, day after day, through habits that seem insignificant in the moment. The way you think when things go wrong, the way you respond to challenges, the way you speak to yourself when no one else is listening, these are the details that determine whether you grow or remain stuck. You must understand that your mind can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy. If you let it wander without control, it will drift toward negativity, fear, and doubt. But if you train it with discipline, it becomes a powerful tool that works in your favor. Training your mind is not something that happens overnight. It requires awareness, patience, and consistent effort. One of the most powerful habits you can develop is learning to pause before reacting. Most people react instantly to situations, allowing emotions to take control. But when you pause, even for a few seconds, you create space to choose your response. In that space lies your power. That small moment of control can prevent unnecessary conflict, regret, and emotional exhaustion. Another lesson is understanding the importance of perspective. The same situation can be seen in completely different ways depending on how you choose to view it. What one person sees as a problem, another sees as an opportunity. This shift in perspective can change your entire experience of life. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" You must also learn to detach from outcomes. Many people tie their happiness to specific results. When things go their way, they feel good. When they don't, they feel miserable. This creates a cycle of emotional instability. Stoicism teaches you to focus on effort rather than outcome. Give your best in every situation, but do not attach your peace to the result. Another truth is that excuses are easy, but they come at a high cost. Every time you make an excuse, you reinforce a habit that keeps you stuck. It may feel comfortable in the moment, but over time, it leads to frustration and regret. Discipline, on the other hand, may feel difficult at first, but it creates freedom in the long run. You must also recognize the power of consistency in shaping your identity. Every action you take is a vote for the type of person you want to become. When you act with discipline, you reinforce the identity of someone who is focused and strong. When you act with laziness, you reinforce the opposite. Over time, these actions accumulate and define you. Another important lesson is learning to embrace responsibility without feeling overwhelmed by it. Responsibility is not about carrying the weight of the world. It is about acknowledging your role in your own life. When you take responsibility, you stop blaming external factors and start focusing on what you can control. You must also understand that growth often feels uncomfortable because it requires change. Your mind is wired to seek familiarity, even if that familiarity is not serving you. Breaking out of old patterns requires effort and courage. But once you push through that discomfort, you open the door to a better version of yourself. Another powerful truth is that your emotions are temporary. No matter how intense a feeling may seem, it will pass. When you remember this, you are less likely to make impulsive decisions based on temporary emotions. Instead, you learn to observe your feelings without being controlled by them. You must also learn the value of patience with yourself. Growth is not a straight line. There will be setbacks, moments of doubt, and times when progress feels slow. This does not mean you are failing. It means you are human. What matters is that you keep going. Another lesson is learning to simplify your life. Many people create unnecessary stress by overcomplicating things. They take on too much, worry about too many things, and lose focus on what truly matters. When you simplify, you create space for clarity, focus, and peace. You must also guard against the trap of overthinking. Thinking is important, but excessive thinking can lead to paralysis. At some point, you must take action. Action creates clarity. It moves you forward, even if the path is not perfect. Another truth is that your environment can either support your growth or hinder it. Pay attention to what you expose yourself to daily. The content you consume, the conversations you engage in, and the people you surround yourself with all influence your mindset. Choose wisely. You must also learn to appreciate the present moment. Many people spend their lives either regretting the past or worrying about the future. In doing so, they miss the only moment that truly exists, the present. When you focus on the present, you experience life more fully. Another lesson is understanding that setbacks are part of the journey. No meaningful progress comes without challenges. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, see them as opportunities to learn and adjust. Each setback brings you closer to success if you are willing to learn from it. You must also develop emotional resilience. Life will test you in ways you cannot predict. There will be moments of loss, disappointment, and uncertainty. Your ability to remain steady during these times is what determines your strength. Another truth is that your self-image shapes your behavior. If you see yourself as weak or incapable, you will act accordingly. But if you see yourself as strong and capable, you will rise to that identity. Change how you see yourself, and your actions will follow. You must also learn to let go of perfection. Perfection is an illusion that keeps you from taking action. Waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, or the perfect conditions will only delay your progress. Take imperfect action and improve along the way. Another lesson is understanding the importance of gratitude during difficult times. It is easy to feel grateful when things are going well, but true strength is being able to find something to appreciate even when things are tough. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is present. You must also recognize that your time and energy are limited resources. How you spend them determines the quality of your life. Be intentional with your time. Invest it in things that bring value, growth, and meaning. Another truth is that self-discipline is a form of self-respect. When you keep promises to yourself, you build trust within. This internal trust becomes the foundation of confidence. You begin to rely on yourself, and that is a powerful place to be. You must also learn to stay committed even when the initial excitement fades. Many people start strong but lose momentum when things become routine or challenging. True growth comes from continuing even when it is no longer exciting. Another lesson is understanding that challenges reveal your character. When things are easy, it is simple to stay positive and focused. But when difficulties arise, your true character is tested. Use these moments as opportunities to strengthen yourself. You must also learn to manage your expectations. Unrealistic expectations often lead to disappointment. When you align your expectations with reality, you reduce unnecessary frustration and create a more balanced mindset. Another truth is that progress is often invisible in the short term. You may not see immediate results, but that does not mean your efforts are not working. Trust the process and stay consistent. You must also understand that your journey is unique. Comparing your progress to others will only distract you. Focus on your path, your growth, and your goals. Another lesson is learning to embrace silence and stillness. In moments of quiet, you gain clarity. You hear your thoughts more clearly and understand yourself better. Make time for stillness in your life. You must also learn to accept yourself while still striving to improve. Self-acceptance does not mean settling. It means acknowledging where you are without judgment and working toward where you want to be. Another truth is that fear often exaggerates the difficulty of a situation. What you imagine is often worse than reality. When you face your fears, you realize that they are not as powerful as they seemed. You must also learn to celebrate small wins. Progress is made up of small steps. Recognizing these steps keeps you motivated and reinforces positive behavior. Another lesson is understanding that your mindset is a daily practice. It is not something you achieve once and keep forever. You must continuously work on it, refine it, and strengthen it. You must also remember that you are capable of more than you think. Your limits are often self-imposed. When you push beyond them, you discover new levels of strength and potential. And as you continue this journey, remind yourself why you started. Remember the desire to grow, to improve, and to create a better life. Hold on to that purpose, especially during difficult moments. There is a powerful shift that happens when you finally stop running from yourself. Most people spend their lives distracted, scrolling endlessly, chasing validation, avoiding silence, because deep down, they are uncomfortable with their own thoughts. But the moment you sit with yourself, without distractions, without noise, you begin to uncover truths that can change your life forever. At first, it may feel uncomfortable. You may notice doubts, fears, and insecurities rising to the surface. But this is not something to run from. This is something to understand. Because everything you avoid does not disappear, it grows quietly in the background, shaping your behavior without your awareness. Facing yourself is not weakness, it is one of the greatest acts of strength. You must also realize that clarity comes from stillness, not chaos. When your mind is constantly occupied, you cannot think deeply. You cannot reflect. You cannot grow. But when you create moments of silence, even briefly, your thoughts begin to organize themselves. You start to see things more clearly. You begin to understand what truly matters. Another lesson is learning to separate your identity from your circumstances. Many people define themselves by their struggles, their past, or their current situation. But you are not your circumstances. You are the one experiencing them. This distinction is powerful because it reminds you that change is always possible. You must also learn to respond, not react. Reaction is automatic. It is driven by emotion and impulse. Response, on the other hand, is intentional. It is thoughtful and controlled. When you train yourself to respond instead of react, you take control of your life in a way most people never do. Another truth is that your attention is one of your most valuable assets. Where your attention goes, your energy follows. If you constantly focus on negativity, problems, and distractions, your life will feel heavy. But if you direct your attention toward growth, solutions, and meaningful actions, your life begins to change. You must also understand that discomfort is a signal, not a stop sign. When something feels difficult, it does not mean you should avoid it often, it means you are stepping into growth. Learning to move through discomfort rather than away from it is what builds strength. Another lesson is the importance of self-awareness. Without awareness, you operate on autopilot, repeating the same patterns over and over again. But when you become aware of your thoughts, habits, and behaviors, you gain the ability to change them. You must also learn to question your assumptions. Many of the beliefs you hold about yourself and the world are not facts, they are interpretations shaped by past experiences. When you challenge these beliefs, you open the door to new possibilities. Another truth is that energy is contagious. The people you spend time with influence your mindset more than you realize. Surround yourself with those who encourage growth, discipline, and positivity. Distance yourself from constant negativity. You must also understand the importance of direction. Effort without direction leads to frustration. It is not enough to work hard. You must be working towards something meaningful. Take time to define your values and align your actions with them. Another lesson is learning to manage your impulses. Immediate gratification is tempting, but it often leads to long-term dissatisfaction. Delayed gratification, on the other hand, builds discipline and leads to lasting results. You must also learn to accept uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and trying to control everything will only create stress. When you accept uncertainty, you become more adaptable and resilient. Another truth is that your habits are stronger than your intentions. You may have the best intentions, but if your habits do not support them, you will struggle to follow through. Focus on building habits that align with your goals. You must also learn to take ownership of your decisions. Every choice you make has consequences. When you accept this, you become more intentional with your actions. Another lesson is understanding that growth often requires sacrifice. You cannot have everything at once. To gain something valuable, you may need to give up something comfortable. You must also recognize the power of consistency over intensity. Small, consistent actions over time create results that sudden bursts of effort cannot. Another truth is that your mindset determines how you experience life. Two people can face the same situation and have completely different experiences based on how they think about it. You must also learn to manage your inner dialogue. The way you speak to yourself influences your confidence, your actions, and your results. Speak to yourself with strength and clarity. Another lesson is understanding that progress is not always visible. Sometimes, the most important changes are happening internally. You must also learn to stay grounded during success. Success can be just as distracting as failure if you let it inflate your ego. Another truth is that failure is only final if you stop trying. As long as you continue, you are still in the game. You must also learn to focus on what you can control. This is one of the most powerful principles of Stoicism. When you focus on what is within your control, you reduce stress and increase effectiveness. Another lesson is understanding the importance of purpose. When you have a clear purpose, your actions become more meaningful. You must also learn to embrace the process, not just the outcome. The journey itself is where growth happens. Another truth is that discipline creates freedom. It may feel restrictive at first, but it ultimately gives you control over your life. You must also learn to manage your time effectively. Time is one of the few resources you cannot recover once it is lost. Another lesson is understanding that setbacks are temporary. They do not define your entire journey. You must also learn to stay focused in a world full of distractions. Focus is becoming increasingly rare, and it is a powerful advantage. Another truth is that your potential is far greater than you realize. Most people never fully explore what they are capable of. You must also learn to trust the process. Growth takes time, and results often come later than expected. Another lesson is understanding that your environment can either support or hinder your growth. You must also learn to stay committed to your goals, even when motivation fades. Another truth is that self-discipline is built through daily actions, not occasional efforts. You must also learn to reflect on your experiences regularly. Another lesson is understanding that your mindset is shaped by what you consume daily. You must also learn to take action despite uncertainty. Another truth is that growth requires patience and persistence. You must also learn to stay resilient in the face of challenges. Another lesson is understanding that your choices shape your future. You must also learn to stay true to your values. Another truth is that peace comes from within, not from external circumstances. You must also learn to cultivate gratitude in your daily life. Another lesson is understanding that self-awareness is the foundation of growth. You must also learn to stay disciplined even when it is difficult. Another truth is that your life is the result of your habits. You must also learn to focus on continuous improvement. Another lesson is understanding that challenges are opportunities for growth. You must also learn to stay consistent with your efforts. Another truth is that your mindset can be trained and strengthened. You must also learn to stay patient with your progress. Another lesson is understanding that your journey is unique. You must also learn to embrace change and adapt. Another truth is that growth requires effort and commitment. You must also learn to stay focused on your goals. Another lesson is understanding that your actions define your results. You must also learn to stay disciplined and consistent. Another truth is that your potential is limitless if you are willing to work for it. And as you continue to grow, remember this: your life is in your hands. Every thought you choose, every action you take, and every decision you make is shaping your future in real time. Do not take this lightly. At some point, you will come to a realization that changes everything. The life you are living right now is a reflection of what you have repeatedly tolerated. The standards you accept, the habits you allow, the thoughts you entertain, they all quietly shape your reality. And once you understand this, you can no longer pretend that change is out of your hands. It becomes clear that transformation begins the moment you decide to raise your standards. Raising your standards does not mean becoming perfect. It means refusing to settle for behaviors and patterns that keep you stuck. It means choosing discipline when laziness feels easier, choosing growth when comfort calls your name, and choosing self-respect when it would be simpler to ignore your own needs. These choices may seem small, but over time, they redefine who you are. You must also understand that the quality of your life is deeply connected to the quality of your focus. Distraction is one of the most dangerous habits of the modern world. It steals your time, fragments your attention, and keeps you from doing meaningful work. When you learn to focus deeply, even for short periods, you begin to accomplish more than most people do in entire days. Another lesson is learning to become comfortable with being misunderstood. Not everyone will understand your journey, your goals, or your decisions. Some people may question you, doubt you, or even criticize you. But their understanding is not required for your progress. What matters is that you remain aligned with your purpose. You must also learn to detach from the need for constant validation. Seeking approval from others can trap you in a cycle of dependence. When your self-worth is tied to external opinions, you lose control over your own happiness. True confidence comes from within. It is built through actions, through discipline, and through keeping promises to yourself. Another truth is that growth often requires you to let go of old versions of yourself. The habits, beliefs, and behaviors that once felt comfortable may no longer serve you. Letting go can feel difficult, but it is necessary for transformation. You cannot become something new while holding on to everything from the past. You must also learn to take risks. Playing it safe may protect you from failure, but it also prevents you from discovering what you are capable of. Growth lives outside of your comfort zone. Every time you take a risk, you expand your limits. Another lesson is understanding that your emotions do not define your actions. You may feel tired, unmotivated, or uncertain, but you can still choose to act with discipline. Learning to act regardless of how you feel is a powerful skill that separates those who succeed from those who remain stuck. You must also recognize the importance of clarity. When you are unclear about what you want, it becomes difficult to take meaningful action. Take time to define your goals, your values, and your direction. Clarity simplifies decision-making and keeps you focused. Another truth is that progress requires effort, even when it is inconvenient. There will never be a perfect time to start. There will always be reasons to delay. But waiting for the right moment often leads to missed opportunities. Start where you are, with what you have. You must also learn to trust yourself. Doubt can hold you back from taking action, but confidence is built through experience. The more you act, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the more confident you become. Another lesson is understanding that your life is shaped by what you consistently do, not what you occasionally do. Consistency builds momentum, and momentum creates results. You must also learn to stay committed during difficult times. It is easy to stay motivated when things are going well, but true strength is revealed when you continue despite challenges. Another truth is that your mindset influences how you interpret every situation. A challenge can either feel like a burden or an opportunity, depending on how you think about it. You must also learn to take care of your mental and emotional well-being. Ignoring your inner state can lead to burnout and frustration. Make time to rest, reflect, and recharge. Another lesson is understanding that patience is a form of strength. Waiting without losing focus or discipline is not easy, but it is necessary for long-term success. You must also learn to let go of control over things you cannot change. Trying to control everything will only create stress. Focus on what is within your influence. Another truth is that your habits either build you or break you. Every habit you repeat strengthens a certain version of yourself. You must also learn to stay grounded during both success and failure. Neither should define your identity. Another lesson is understanding that growth requires self-honesty. You must be willing to face your weaknesses and work on them. You must also learn to adapt to change. The ability to adjust your approach when necessary is a valuable skill. Another truth is that your energy is limited. Where you invest it matters. You must also learn to stay focused on your priorities. Not everything deserves your attention. Another lesson is understanding that your actions have long-term consequences. Think beyond the present moment. You must also learn to build resilience. Strength comes from overcoming challenges. Another truth is that your journey will not always be easy. There will be setbacks and obstacles. You must also learn to stay consistent even when progress feels slow. Another lesson is understanding that your mindset can be developed over time. You must also learn to stay disciplined in your daily habits. Another truth is that your life is shaped by your decisions. You must also learn to take responsibility for your actions. Another lesson is understanding that growth requires effort and commitment. You must also learn to stay focused on your long-term goals. Another truth is that your potential is greater than you realize. You must also learn to stay patient with your progress. Another lesson is understanding that your journey is unique. You must also learn to embrace challenges as opportunities. Another truth is that your mindset influences your results. You must also learn to stay committed to your growth. Another lesson is understanding that your habits shape your identity. You must also learn to stay consistent in your actions. Another truth is that your life is in your control. You must also learn to take action every day. Another lesson is understanding that your mindset can be strengthened. You must also learn to stay disciplined and focused. Another truth is that your potential is limitless if you are willing to work for it. And as you move forward, remember this: every day is a chance to become a better version of yourself. No matter where you are right now, you have the ability to change your direction. You have the power to choose discipline over comfort, growth over stagnation, and purpose over distraction. There is a quiet truth that most people avoid because it demands responsibility. The person you are becoming is shaped by what you repeatedly choose, especially when no one is watching. It is easy to act disciplined when others are around, to appear focused, to seem driven. But real character is built in private moments. It is built when you choose to stay committed even when it would be easier to stop. This is where most people fall short. They rely on bursts of motivation instead of building systems of discipline. They wait until they feel ready instead of acting despite discomfort. But the reality is simple. If you only act when you feel like it, you will rarely move forward. Growth requires consistency, and consistency requires discipline. You must also understand that your identity is not fixed. It is something you are constantly shaping. Every habit you practice, every thought you repeat, every action you take is reinforcing a certain version of yourself. If you want to change your life, you must start by changing the story you tell yourself about who you are. Another lesson is learning to detach from immediate results. In a world that celebrates instant success, it is easy to feel discouraged when progress is slow. But the most meaningful achievements take time. They require patience, persistence, and trust in the process. When you stop rushing and start focusing on steady progress, you begin to see real change. You must also learn to manage your reactions to setbacks. When things go wrong, it is easy to become frustrated or discouraged. But setbacks are not the end of your journey. They are part of it. How you respond to them determines whether you grow or give up. Another truth is that your environment plays a powerful role in your behavior. If you surround yourself with distractions, negativity, and unhealthy habits, it will be difficult to stay focused. But when you create an environment that supports your goals, you make discipline easier. You must also learn to value your time. Time is one of the most limited resources you have. Once it is gone, you cannot get it back. Yet many people waste it on things that do not add value to their lives. When you become aware of how you spend your time, you begin to use it more wisely. Another lesson is understanding the importance of focus. Multitasking may seem productive, but it often leads to shallow work and poor results. When you focus on one task at a time, you produce higher quality work and make faster progress. You must also learn to embrace challenges instead of avoiding them. Challenges are not obstacles, they are opportunities to grow. Every time you face something difficult, you develop new skills and strengthen your resilience. Another truth is that your mindset shapes your reality. If you constantly focus on problems, your life will feel heavy and overwhelming. But if you focus on solutions, you begin to see possibilities. You must also learn to control your impulses. Acting on every urge can lead to poor decisions. Discipline is the ability to pause, think, and choose the best course of action. Another lesson is understanding that growth requires effort. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, wiser, and more capable. It takes consistent work over time. You must also learn to stay committed even when progress feels slow. Many people give up too early because they expect immediate results. But success is often the result of sustained effort over a long period. Another truth is that your habits define your future. What you do daily becomes who you are. If you want a different future, you must build different habits. You must also learn to take responsibility for your life. Blaming external factors may feel easier, but it keeps you stuck. When you take responsibility, you gain control over your future. Another lesson is understanding that fear is often an illusion. It can make situations seem more difficult than they actually are. When you face your fears, you often realize they are not as powerful as you thought. You must also learn to stay present. Worrying about the future or dwelling on the past can create unnecessary stress. Focus on what you can do right now. Another truth is that your potential is far greater than you realize. Most people limit themselves because of doubt and fear. But when you push beyond those limits, you discover new levels of strength. You must also learn to be patient with yourself. Growth takes time, and setbacks are part of the process. Another lesson is understanding that your journey is unique. Comparing yourself to others will only distract you. You must also learn to stay consistent in your efforts. Consistency is what turns small actions into big results. Another truth is that your mindset can be trained. You have the ability to change how you think. You must also learn to stay disciplined even when it is difficult. Another lesson is understanding that your actions shape your identity. You must also learn to focus on what truly matters. Another truth is that growth requires stepping outside your comfort zone. You must also learn to stay committed to your goals. Another lesson is understanding that your life is the result of your choices. You must also learn to take action every day. Another truth is that your potential is limitless if you are willing to work for it. You must also learn to stay focused and disciplined. Another lesson is understanding that your mindset influences your results. You must also learn to stay consistent in your habits. Another truth is that your journey requires patience and persistence. You must also learn to embrace challenges. Another lesson is understanding that your life is in your control. You must also learn to take responsibility for your growth. Another truth is that your mindset can be strengthened over time. You must also learn to stay disciplined and focused. Another lesson is understanding that your habits shape your future. You must also learn to stay committed to your journey. Another truth is that your potential is greater than you think. And as you continue forward, remember this: every moment is an opportunity to choose who you want to become. The choices you make today will shape your tomorrow. Do not underestimate the power of small, consistent actions. If this message continues to resonate with you, do not stop here. Subscribe to this channel and stay connected. There is so much more to learn, more growth to achieve, and more strength to build. Keep moving forward, and never settle for a life that is less than what you are capable of creating.
If you truly want peace in your life, then listen carefully, because the wrong woman won't just waste your time, she will drain your energy, destroy your focus, and leave you questioning your own worth. In today's world, not every connection is meant to elevate you. Some are designed to test you, and others to break you. The Stoics understood this deeply. And today, you're about to learn what they knew. Peace of mind is one of the most valuable things a man can have. Without it, you lose clarity, direction, and control over your life. Stoicism teaches us to protect our inner world at all costs. And one of the biggest threats to that peace is the wrong relationship. This is not about blaming or attacking women. It's about awareness, wisdom, and emotional discipline. When you understand the patterns, you protect your energy. When you protect your energy, you protect your life. Stay with me until the end, because the last type is the one most men ignore, and it costs them the most. The 5 types of women to avoid: the constant drama creator, the attention addict, the manipulator, the energy drainer, the disrespectful partner. 1. The constant drama creator. This is the woman who thrives in chaos. When things are calm, she creates problems out of nothing. Every small issue becomes a big fight. Every misunderstanding becomes emotional warfare. At first, it may feel like passion. But over time, it becomes exhausting. You find yourself constantly explaining, defending, and trying to restore peace that never lasts. Stoicism teaches emotional control. But with someone who feeds on drama, you will always be pulled into emotional storms. Your mind becomes restless. Your focus disappears. Peace cannot exist where chaos is constantly invited. And if you stay long enough, you will begin to think this chaos is normal. It is not. 2. The attention addict. This type of woman constantly seeks validation from everyone. Social media, strangers, friends. She needs to be seen, praised, and admired at all times. The problem is not confidence. The problem is dependence. When her sense of worth comes from outside, she will never be stable. And that instability will affect you. You may find yourself competing for her attention, feeling insecure, questioning your place in her life. A Stoic man understands that true value comes from within. But when you are with someone who constantly seeks external approval, it creates imbalance. You give real attention. She seeks endless attention. And that imbalance will drain you. 3. The manipulator. This is one of the most dangerous types. She knows how to twist words, play with emotions, and make you doubt yourself. She may use guilt, silence, or even affection as a weapon. One moment she lifts you up, the next she makes you feel like you're not enough. Over time, you lose confidence. You start questioning your decisions. You feel confused, even when you've done nothing wrong. Stoicism teaches clarity, truth, and self-control. But manipulation destroys clarity. It traps you in emotional confusion. A healthy relationship builds you. A manipulative one controls you. And control is the enemy of peace. 4. The energy drainer. This is the woman who constantly complains, criticizes, and focuses on negativity. Nothing is ever enough. Nothing is ever right. Every conversation feels heavy. Every moment feels tiring. Instead of feeling inspired, you feel drained. Your energy is your life force. Stoics believed in guarding it carefully. Because where your energy goes, your life follows. If someone constantly drains you, they are slowly pulling you away from your purpose. You begin to lose motivation. You lose your drive. You lose yourself. And the worst part? You may not even notice it happening. 5. The disrespectful partner. Respect is the foundation of any relationship. Without it, love cannot survive. This type of woman dismisses your opinions, ignores your boundaries, and speaks to you without regard. She may mock you, undermine you, or treat you as if you don't matter. Many men tolerate this because they fear losing the relationship. But in doing so, they lose themselves. Stoicism teaches self-respect above all. If you do not demand respect, you invite disrespect. And once respect is gone, peace is impossible. There is a quiet strength in protecting your mind. In a world full of noise, expectations, and emotional chaos, being able to sit with yourself and feel calm is a rare kind of power. The Stoics understood this better than most. They didn't chase relationships for validation. They didn't hold on to people who brought confusion into their lives. They observed, they reflected, and when necessary, they walked away. The danger is not always obvious in the beginning. It rarely announces itself. It comes disguised as excitement, attraction, or even deep emotional connection. At first, everything feels intense and alive. Conversations are endless. Emotions are high. You feel pulled in. But over time, patterns begin to reveal themselves. And if you are not paying attention, those patterns become your reality. There are people who carry chaos within them, and wherever they go, that chaos follows. You may try to calm it. You may try to understand it. You may even believe you can fix it. But chaos is not something you fix, it is something you either accept or avoid. And if you accept it long enough, it becomes part of your life. A mind that is constantly pulled into emotional storms cannot think clearly. You begin to react instead of respond. You begin to doubt instead of trust. You begin to lose the quiet confidence you once had. And the most dangerous part is that it happens slowly. So slowly that you barely notice the shift. Attention is another silent force that shapes relationships. Some people seek it like air. They need to be seen, validated, admired, again and again, from anyone and everyone. It is not about connection, it is about constant reassurance. And no matter how much you give, it will never be enough, because the need does not come from you, it comes from within them. When you are around someone like this, you may start to feel invisible. Not because you are not giving enough, but because their hunger for attention is endless. You begin to question your value. You begin to compete for a place that should already be yours. And slowly your peace turns into quiet insecurity. Then there are those who do not seek attention loudly, but instead move in subtle ways. They understand emotions, but not to build connection, to control it. Words become tools. Silence becomes a weapon. Affection becomes conditional. You feel close one moment, and distant the next. You feel appreciated, then suddenly uncertain. This kind of experience creates confusion. And confusion is dangerous, because it clouds your judgment. You start overthinking everything. You replay conversations in your mind. You try to make sense of things that were never meant to be clear. And in that process, you lose your stability. A strong mind needs clarity. It needs truth. Without those, you are constantly off balance. And when you are off balance, you are easier to control, easier to influence, easier to break. Energy is another thing most people underestimate. You wake up each day with a certain amount of it. How you spend it determines how you feel, how you think, and how you live. Some people add to your energy. They inspire you, calm you, and make you feel grounded. Others take from it, slowly and consistently. You may not notice it immediately. It can feel like normal conversation at first. Complaints, negativity, constant dissatisfaction. But over time, you begin to feel heavier. Conversations feel like effort. Being around them feels like work. And even when you are alone, that heaviness stays with you. This is not something you should ignore. Because your energy shapes your life. When it is drained, everything becomes harder. Your goals feel distant. Your motivation fades. Your peace disappears. Respect is perhaps the most important foundation of all. Without it, nothing else matters. Not love, not attraction, not history. Respect is what keeps a relationship stable. It is what allows two people to exist together without losing themselves. When respect is missing, small things begin to change. The way someone speaks to you. The way they respond to your opinions. The way they treat your boundaries. It may start subtly, but it grows. And if it is not addressed, it becomes the standard. Many people tolerate this because they fear being alone. They convince themselves it will get better. They make excuses. But every moment you accept disrespect, you teach others how to treat you. And more importantly, you teach yourself what you are willing to endure. There is nothing peaceful about being in a place where you are not valued. There is nothing strong about holding on to something that weakens you. Strength is not in endurance alone, it is in knowing when to walk away. Walking away is not easy. It requires clarity. It requires courage. It requires you to choose long-term peace over short-term comfort. But it is one of the most powerful decisions you can make. Because once you remove what disturbs your peace, something incredible happens. Your mind becomes clear again. Your thoughts become focused. Your energy returns. You begin to feel like yourself again. And in that space you grow. You start to understand what you truly need, not just what you want. You begin to see patterns more clearly. You become more aware, more intentional, more in control. This is what Stoicism teaches. Not detachment from life, but mastery within it. The ability to engage without losing yourself. The ability to care without becoming consumed. The ability to choose wisely, even when emotions are strong. Not everyone you meet is meant to stay. Some people are lessons. They show you what to avoid, what to protect, what to value. And if you pay attention, those lessons become wisdom. Peace is not something you find. It is something you create. through your choices, your boundaries, and your awareness. It is built in the quiet decisions you make every day. Choosing who you allow into your life is one of those decisions. It shapes everything else. Your mindset, your energy, your future. So be intentional. Observe more. React less. Pay attention to how people make you feel, not just what they say. Trust patterns, not promises. Because at the end of the day, your peace is your responsibility. And once you truly understand that, you stop chasing what disturbs it, and start protecting what strengthens it. Peace of mind is not something that appears by accident. It is something you protect, something you defend, something you choose again and again, even when emotions try to pull you in different directions. Many people lose their peace not because life is hard, but because they allowed the wrong influences to stay too long. At first, everything feels exciting. There is energy, attention, conversation, and a sense of connection that feels rare. It can feel like you've found something meaningful, something worth holding on to. But time has a way of revealing truth. And truth does not shout, it shows itself in patterns. You begin to notice small things. Reactions that feel unnecessary. Conversations that leave you confused. Moments where you feel drained instead of fulfilled. These are not random. They are signals. And the more you ignore them, the louder they become. There are people who carry storms within them. No matter how calm the environment is, they will find a way to create tension. Silence makes them uncomfortable, so they fill it with conflict. Stability feels unfamiliar, so they replace it with unpredictability. Being around them feels intense, but not in a way that builds you, in a way that unsettles you. At first, you may try to bring balance. You may try to understand, to calm, to support. But over time, you realize something important. You cannot bring peace to someone who is not at peace within themselves. And in trying to do so, you slowly lose your own. A peaceful mind requires stability. It requires moments of stillness, clarity, and emotional control. But when you are constantly pulled into emotional highs and lows, your mind never gets the chance to rest. You begin to live in reaction mode, always preparing for the next shift, the next conflict, the next moment of tension. Attention is another force that shapes behavior in ways many people underestimate. Some individuals are not satisfied with genuine connection. They crave constant validation, constant recognition, constant reassurance that they matter. And no matter how much you give, it never fills the space within them. You may find yourself trying harder, giving more, showing up more, hoping that your effort will be enough. But the truth is, when someone depends on external validation to feel whole, no single person can satisfy that need. It is endless. This creates an imbalance. You begin to invest deeply, while they remain scattered, always looking outward. And over time you feel it. The imbalance in energy. The imbalance in presence. The imbalance in commitment. There are also those who move quietly, carefully, in ways that are not immediately obvious. They understand emotions well, but they use that understanding not to build trust, but to guide outcomes. They know when to speak, when to withdraw, when to give affection, and when to withhold it. This creates a cycle that keeps you engaged. You feel close, then distant. Certain, then unsure. Valued, then questioned. And in that cycle, your mind begins to search for stability. You try to make sense of what is happening. You analyze every detail, every word, every action. But clarity cannot exist where consistency is missing. And when you are constantly trying to figure someone out, you are no longer at peace, you are in a state of quiet tension. Energy plays a role in everything. It affects how you think, how you feel, how you move through your day. Some people bring lightness into your life. They make things feel easier, clearer, more grounded. Others bring heaviness. Conversations feel long. Moments feel draining. Even silence feels uncomfortable. This is not something to overlook. Because over time, that heaviness becomes part of your daily experience. You wake up with less motivation. You feel less inspired. Your mind feels tired before the day even begins. You start to lose the version of yourself that once felt driven, focused, and calm. Not all at once, but gradually. And the longer you stay in that environment, the more normal it begins to feel. Respect is what holds everything together. Without it, nothing else can truly stand. Not attraction, not connection, not shared experiences. Respect is what allows two people to coexist without diminishing each other. When respect is present, there is understanding. There is space for differences without conflict. There is appreciation without competition. But when respect fades, things begin to shift. Words carry less care. Actions carry less consideration. Boundaries are tested, then ignored. You may try to overlook it. You may try to be patient. You may tell yourself it is temporary. But patterns reveal intention. And when someone consistently disregards your boundaries or your value, it is no longer a misunderstanding, it is a choice. The hardest part is often not recognizing these patterns, but accepting them. Because acceptance requires action. And action often means letting go. Letting go is uncomfortable. It goes against the desire to hold on, to fix, to make things work. But there is a difference between commitment and self-neglect. There is a difference between patience and tolerance of what harms you. A strong mind understands that not everything is meant to be held on to. Some things are meant to be released so that something better can take its place. Something healthier. Something more aligned with who you are becoming. When you remove what disturbs your peace, you create space. And in that space, clarity returns. You begin to think more clearly. You begin to feel more grounded. You begin to reconnect with yourself. You remember what it feels like to be calm. To move through your day without emotional weight. To focus on your goals without distraction. To exist without constantly questioning your environment. This is not something to take lightly. Because peace is not just about feeling good, it is about functioning at your best. It is about having the mental clarity to make decisions, to grow, to build a life that reflects your values. The Stoic mindset is not about avoiding relationships or shutting people out. It is about awareness. It is about understanding what contributes to your growth, and what takes away from it. It is about choosing wisely, not emotionally. Not everyone who enters your life is meant to stay. And that is not something to fear, it is something to understand. Each experience teaches you something. Each connection reveals something about yourself, your boundaries, your expectations. The more you learn, the more refined your choices become. You stop reacting impulsively. You stop ignoring red flags. You stop compromising your peace for temporary comfort. You begin to move differently. With intention. With awareness. With control. And that is where true strength lies. Peace is not passive. It is active. It is built through discipline, through self-respect, through the courage to walk away when necessary. It is maintained through boundaries, through reflection, through constant awareness of what you allow into your life. Every decision you make either protects your peace or disturbs it. Every person you allow close to you either adds to your stability or takes away from it. So choose carefully. Observe how people behave when things are calm. Observe how they respond when things are difficult. Observe how they treat you when there is nothing to gain. These moments reveal more than words ever will. Trust what you see. Not what you hope. Not what you imagine. But what is consistently shown to you. Because in the end, your peace is your responsibility. And once you truly understand that, everything changes. You stop chasing. You stop forcing. You stop holding on to what does not align with your growth. Instead, you protect your energy. You guard your mind. You build a life that feels stable, clear, and intentional. And in that life, you do not just exist, you thrive. There is a difference between being patient and being trapped in a cycle that slowly drains you. Patience builds strength when it is placed in the right direction. But when it is given to the wrong patterns, it becomes silent suffering. The Stoic mindset teaches awareness first. Before you try to fix anything, before you try to understand everything, you must first observe clearly. Observation reveals what emotions try to hide. It shows you whether a connection brings clarity or confusion, whether it builds you or quietly breaks you. When you begin to pay attention, You notice how certain interactions affect your mind. You notice whether you feel calm after conversations or unsettled. You notice whether your energy increases or fades. These signals matter. They are not random. They are your mind's way of guiding you toward balance or warning you of imbalance. Some people live in a constant state of internal conflict. They may not say it directly, but it shows in how they respond to situations, how they handle calm moments, and how they create tension where none existed. Being around such a presence feels like standing near a fire. You may feel warmth at first, but stay too long, and it begins to burn. At the beginning, intensity can feel exciting. It can feel like passion, like something rare and powerful. But true strength is not loud. It is steady. It is consistent. It does not pull you into emotional extremes. It grounds you. When you are constantly pulled into emotional highs and lows, your mind never settles. You are always adjusting, always reacting, always trying to regain balance. And in that state, you lose the ability to think clearly. You begin to live in response to situations rather than acting from a place of control. Clarity is one of the greatest strengths you can have. It allows you to make decisions without confusion. It allows you to see situations as they are, not as you wish them to be. But clarity cannot exist where inconsistency dominates. It cannot survive in environments where behavior shifts without reason and emotions fluctuate without control. There are individuals who depend heavily on external validation. Their sense of worth rises and falls based on how they are perceived, how they are praised, how they are acknowledged. Being around such energy creates a quiet pressure. You may feel the need to constantly reassure, constantly prove, constantly give. At first, this may seem manageable. But over time, it becomes exhausting. Because no amount of reassurance can fill a space that must be filled from within. And in trying to meet that endless need, you begin to neglect your own. A balanced connection allows both people to feel secure without constant reinforcement. It allows space for individuality, for growth, for quiet moments without the need for constant attention. When that balance is missing, the connection becomes a demand rather than a support. There are also those who understand emotions in a more calculated way. They know how to influence reactions, how to shift conversations, how to guide outcomes in subtle ways. This creates a dynamic where you are never fully certain. You feel engaged, but not grounded. You feel connected, but not secure. This uncertainty leads to overthinking. You begin to analyze every interaction, searching for meaning, trying to understand shifts that were never explained. Your mind becomes busy, restless, constantly working to create clarity where none is given. But peace requires simplicity. It requires honesty. It requires consistency. Without these, the mind cannot rest. Energy, once lost, is not easily regained. It is spent through constant emotional engagement, through stress, through mental strain. Some interactions recharge you. Others deplete you. The difference becomes clear when you step back and observe how you feel afterward. If you consistently feel tired, unmotivated, or mentally drained after certain interactions, it is not something to ignore. It is something to understand. Because over time, that pattern shapes your daily life. You may start to lose interest in things that once mattered. You may feel less driven, less focused, less inspired. Not because you have changed, but because your energy has been redirected toward managing emotional weight instead of pursuing growth. A strong mind protects its energy carefully. It does not allow it to be scattered or drained without awareness. It chooses where to invest, knowing that every investment has a cost. Respect is the foundation that determines whether a connection can truly last. Without it, everything else becomes unstable. Respect shows in actions more than words. It shows in how boundaries are treated, how opinions are valued, how disagreements are handled. When respect is present, there is space for individuality without conflict. There is understanding without control. There is appreciation without competition. But when it is absent, things begin to shift subtly. Conversations may carry less care. Responses may become dismissive. Boundaries may be tested repeatedly. These are not small issues. They are indicators of deeper patterns. Accepting such patterns teaches others that they are allowed. It sets a standard, not just for how others treat you, but for how you treat yourself. And once that standard is lowered, it becomes difficult to restore. Choosing to walk away from what disturbs your peace is not weakness. It is discipline. It is clarity in action. It is understanding that your well-being is not something to compromise. The difficulty lies in the emotional attachment. The memories, the moments, the hope that things will change. But hope, without action, does not create change. It only prolongs the experience. True change requires awareness, communication, and consistency. Without these, patterns remain. And staying in the same environment, while expecting different results, only leads to frustration. Letting go creates space. It allows you to step back, to breathe, to reconnect with yourself. It removes the constant noise, the emotional weight, the confusion. And in that space, you begin to regain clarity. You start to remember who you are without the influence of instability. You begin to feel grounded again. Your thoughts become clearer. Your decisions become stronger. This is the power of choosing peace. It is not just about avoiding discomfort. It is about creating an environment where you can grow without unnecessary resistance. Growth requires focus. It requires energy. It requires a stable mind. Without these, progress becomes difficult. You may move, but without direction. You may act, but without clarity. The Stoic approach is not about avoiding relationships. It is about approaching them with awareness. It is about recognizing what aligns with your values and what does not. It is about choosing connections that contribute to your growth rather than hinder it. Every experience teaches something, even difficult ones. They reveal what you are willing to tolerate, what you need to protect, what you must change. When you learn from them, they become valuable. When you ignore them, they repeat. Patterns are always present. They show in behavior, in reactions, in consistency. Paying attention to them allows you to make better decisions. Ignoring them keeps you in cycles. Your peace is shaped by your choices. Not just the big ones, but the small, daily ones. Who you listen to. Who you spend time with. What you allow. What you ignore. Each choice either strengthens your peace or weakens it. Being intentional with these choices changes everything. It shifts your life from reaction to control. It allows you to move with purpose rather than impulse. There is strength in calmness. In knowing that you do not have to engage with every situation. In understanding that not every connection deserves your time. In recognizing that your energy is valuable. The more you protect it, the more you grow. The more you grow, the clearer your path becomes. And when your path is clear, your peace follows naturally. Most people are not destroyed by one major mistake. They are shaped by small decisions repeated daily. The conversations they entertain. The behaviors they excuse. The feelings they ignore. Over time, these things build an environment around them, and that environment either strengthens their mind or weakens it. A calm mind is not an accident. It is built through awareness. It is maintained through discipline. It is protected through boundaries. And the moment you become careless with any of these, your peace begins to fade. There is a subtle difference between connection and attachment. Connection allows growth. It gives space, clarity, and mutual respect. Attachment, when unhealthy, creates dependence. It makes you hold on even when you know something is not right. It makes you ignore your instincts in favor of temporary comfort. When you become attached to something that disturbs your peace, you begin to justify it. You explain it away. You tell yourself it is not that bad. You focus on the good moments and minimize the bad ones. But the mind keeps record of everything. And deep down, you feel the imbalance. That feeling is important. It is your awareness trying to surface. It is your inner voice reminding you that something is off. Ignoring it does not make it disappear. It only delays the moment when you have to face it. There are people who bring clarity into your life. When you are around them, things feel simple. Conversations are easy. Silence is comfortable. You do not feel the need to overthink or overanalyze. There is a sense of stability that allows you to be yourself without tension. And then there are those who bring the opposite. Everything feels complicated. You question things you never questioned before. You feel uncertain even when nothing has been said directly. There is a constant need to interpret, to analyze, to understand what should already be clear. This is where many people lose their peace. Not in obvious conflict, but in quiet confusion. Confusion keeps the mind busy. It creates a loop of thoughts that never settles. You replay moments, search for hidden meanings, try to predict outcomes. And in doing so, you exhaust your mental energy. A strong mind recognizes this pattern early. It does not allow itself to be trapped in endless analysis. It values clarity over intensity. It chooses stability over excitement that leads to chaos. Emotional intensity can be misleading. It can feel powerful, engaging, even addictive. But intensity without stability is unsustainable. It burns quickly and leaves behind exhaustion. True strength is found in consistency. In knowing what to expect. In feeling secure without constant reassurance. In having a connection that supports your growth rather than interrupts it. Energy is one of your most valuable resources. Every thought, every emotion, every interaction requires it. When used wisely, it builds momentum. It allows you to pursue your goals, maintain your focus, and move forward with purpose. When wasted, it leaves you feeling stuck, drained, unmotivated. Some interactions take more energy than they give. They require constant attention, constant effort, constant emotional involvement. Over time, this becomes a burden. Even if you do not recognize it immediately, your body and mind respond. You feel tired without clear reason. You lose interest in things that once excited you. Your focus becomes scattered. These are not random changes. They are the result of where your energy has been going. Protecting your energy is not selfish. It is necessary. Without it, you cannot function at your best. You cannot think clearly. You cannot grow. Respect plays a central role in maintaining balance. It is not just about how someone treats you openly, but how they regard your presence, your time, your boundaries. Respect is shown in consistency, in consideration, in the ability to disagree without diminishing. When respect is missing, things begin to feel unstable. You may notice small signs at first. A dismissive tone. A lack of consideration. A tendency to overlook your needs. These signs may seem minor, but they are part of a larger pattern. Patterns reveal truth over time. They show what someone values, what they prioritize, how they behave when situations are not ideal. Ignoring these patterns does not change them. It only delays your response to them. Many people stay in situations that disturb their peace because they fear change. They fear the discomfort of letting go. They fear the unknown that comes after. But staying in a place that weakens you is a different kind of discomfort, one that grows slowly and deeply. The Stoic mindset teaches acceptance of reality, not avoidance of it. It encourages you to see things as they are, not as you wish them to be. This clarity allows you to make decisions that align with your well-being. Letting go is not about giving up. It is about choosing something better. It is about recognizing that your peace is worth more than temporary attachment. It is about understanding that not every connection is meant to last. When you remove what disturbs your peace, you create space. And in that space, something powerful happens. Your mind becomes quieter. Your thoughts become clearer. Your emotions become more stable. You begin to notice things you missed before. You become more aware of your surroundings, your choices, your direction. You start to feel grounded again. This is where growth begins. Not in chaos, but in clarity. Not in confusion, but in understanding. A stable mind is capable of great things. It can focus deeply. It can make thoughtful decisions. It can pursue goals with consistency. But it requires the right environment to function at that level. Creating that environment is your responsibility. It is shaped by what you allow, what you avoid, what you prioritize. You cannot control everything around you. But you can control what you engage with. You can choose where to invest your time and energy. You can decide what aligns with your values. This control is where your power lies. Every decision you make either moves you closer to peace or further away from it. Some decisions are obvious. Others are subtle. But all of them contribute to the overall direction of your life. Being intentional with your choices changes everything. It shifts your mindset from passive to active. It allows you to take ownership of your experiences. There is strength in walking away from what does not serve you. Not out of anger, but out of understanding. Not out of frustration, but out of clarity. This kind of strength is quiet. It does not need validation. It does not seek approval. It is rooted in self-awareness and self-respect. As you continue to develop this awareness, your standards change. You no longer accept what once seemed normal. You become more selective, more intentional, more aligned with your goals. This is growth. It is not always comfortable, but it is necessary. Peace is not something you find at the end of a journey. It is something you build along the way. Through your actions, your decisions, your discipline. And once you begin to experience it consistently, you realize how valuable it is. You stop chasing things that disturb it. You stop engaging in situations that disrupt it. You start to protect it with intention. Because you understand that everything else in your life depends on it. A peaceful mind allows you to think clearly, to act wisely, to respond rather than react. It gives you the ability to navigate challenges without losing control. This is what makes it so important. Many people think peace comes from finding the right person. But the truth is, peace begins with becoming the right person for yourself. When your foundation is strong, you no longer depend on others to stabilize you. You appreciate connection, but you are not controlled by it. You value companionship, but you do not sacrifice your clarity to maintain it. There is a quiet danger in ignoring small discomforts. At first, they seem insignificant. A comment that feels off. A reaction that feels unnecessary. A moment that leaves you slightly unsettled. You brush it aside, thinking it is not worth addressing. But those small moments accumulate. Over time, they form patterns. And patterns shape your experience. What once felt occasional becomes frequent. What once felt small becomes overwhelming. And before you realize it, your environment has changed. The mind adapts to what it experiences regularly. If it is exposed to calm, it becomes calm. If it is exposed to chaos, it becomes reactive. This is why the environments you place yourself in matter so much. Not just physically, but emotionally. Some people create an environment where you can think clearly. Where you feel supported without pressure. Where conversations lead to understanding, not confusion. In such spaces, your mind expands. You feel capable, focused, and at ease. Others create the opposite. A space filled with tension, unpredictability, and emotional shifts. In such an environment, your mind becomes defensive. You begin to anticipate problems before they happen. You lose your sense of ease. This shift is subtle, but powerful. It changes how you approach not just the relationship, but everything else in your life. Your work, your goals, your personal growth, all become affected by the state of your mind. Clarity is one of the most valuable things you can protect. It allows you to see situations without distortion. It allows you to make decisions based on reality, not emotion. But clarity requires consistency. It requires an environment where things are stable enough for the mind to process without interference. When you are constantly dealing with unpredictability, your mind cannot settle. It is always trying to adjust, always trying to make sense of shifting dynamics. This creates fatigue. Not just physical, but mental. Mental fatigue is dangerous because it affects your judgment. It makes you more likely to accept things you normally would not. It lowers your standards without you realizing it. It makes you more tolerant of behaviors that disturb your peace. Energy, once drained consistently, changes your baseline. What once felt unacceptable begins to feel normal. What once felt exhausting begins to feel expected. And this is how people slowly lose themselves. A strong mind does not allow this shift to go unnoticed. It pays attention. It recognizes when something feels off and takes it seriously. Not emotionally, but rationally. There is strength in stepping back and observing. In asking yourself honest questions. Does this environment support my growth? Does this interaction bring clarity or confusion? Do I feel stronger or weaker after engaging? These questions guide you toward awareness. And awareness leads to better decisions. There is also a difference between temporary difficulty and consistent disruption. Every connection will face challenges. That is natural. But those challenges should lead to growth, not ongoing instability. If difficulty becomes the constant, then it is no longer a phase, it is the pattern. Respect is what keeps a connection grounded during difficult times. It allows both individuals to navigate challenges without losing consideration for each other. Without respect, even small issues become large conflicts. Respect is shown in how someone listens, how they respond, how they handle disagreement. It is present in consistency, in reliability, in the way boundaries are acknowledged. When respect is missing, everything else becomes unstable. You may still have moments of connection, moments of enjoyment, moments that feel meaningful. But without respect, those moments cannot sustain the relationship. Over time, the lack of respect creates distance. Not always physically, but mentally. You begin to withdraw. You become less open, less expressive, less engaged. This withdrawal is a form of protection. Your mind is trying to preserve what it can. But staying in that state for too long creates internal conflict. You are present, but not fully. You are involved, but not at peace. The Stoic approach teaches alignment between your actions and your values. If something consistently goes against your values, staying in it creates tension within yourself. And that tension is what disturbs your peace. Letting go is often misunderstood. It is seen as loss. But in reality, it is often a gain. A gain in clarity. A gain in energy. A gain in self-respect. When you remove what disrupts your stability, you create an opportunity for growth. You give yourself the space to reset, to reflect, to realign. This space is important. It allows your mind to return to its natural state. Calm, focused, aware. In that state, you begin to see things differently. You recognize patterns more clearly. You understand your needs more deeply. You become more intentional with your choices. Intentional living is the foundation of peace. It means you are not simply reacting to what happens around you. You are choosing how to engage, how to respond, how to move forward. This level of awareness changes everything. It shifts your life from being driven by circumstance to being guided by purpose. You begin to value quality over quantity, depth over intensity, stability over excitement that leads to confusion. You understand that not every strong feeling is a sign to stay. Not every connection is meant to continue. Not every experience needs to be prolonged. Some are meant to teach, then pass. Holding on to what has already shown its pattern only delays your progress. It keeps you in a cycle that you already understand. And growth does not happen in repetition, it happens in change. Choosing peace often requires difficult decisions. It requires you to prioritize your well-being over temporary comfort. It requires discipline to walk away even when emotions try to pull you back. But this discipline builds strength. Each time you choose clarity over confusion, you reinforce your standards. Each time you protect your energy, you strengthen your foundation. Over time, these choices compound. They shape your life in ways that are not immediately visible, but deeply impactful. You become more stable, more focused, more aligned with your goals. And from that place, everything else becomes easier. Your decisions are clearer. Your actions are more effective. Your path becomes more defined. Peace is not the absence of challenge. It is the ability to remain grounded within it. It is the ability to face situations without losing control of your mind. This is what makes it so valuable. And this is why it must be protected. Every interaction, every environment, every connection either supports this state or challenges it. Being aware of that allows you to make better choices. It allows you to build a life that reflects who you are becoming, not just where you have been. If you are on this path, continue. Stay aware. Stay disciplined. Keep refining your standards. Because the more intentional you become, the less room there is for what disturbs your peace. If you truly want peace in your life, then you have to go even deeper than awareness. You have to develop discipline over your reactions. Because it is not only what happens around you that disturbs your peace, it is how you respond to it. Many people understand what is wrong in their environment, yet they remain stuck because they react emotionally instead of acting intentionally. They see the patterns, they feel the imbalance, but they still engage in the same way, hoping for a different outcome. This is where peace begins to slip away, not from ignorance, but from lack of control. Control does not mean suppressing your emotions. It means understanding them without being ruled by them. It means feeling without losing clarity. When you master this, you become less affected by external behavior. You begin to observe more than you react. There is power in observation. When you observe without immediate reaction, you give yourself space to think. You allow your mind to process what is happening instead of being pulled into it. This space is where clarity lives. Without that space, everything becomes immediate. You respond quickly, often based on emotion rather than reason. And in those moments, you may say things you do not mean, accept things you should not accept, or remain in situations longer than you should. A calm response is not weakness. It is strength under control. It is the ability to remain grounded when everything around you is shifting. And this ability protects your peace more than anything else. There will always be moments that test you. Situations that challenge your patience. People who push boundaries, intentionally or not. You cannot control all of that. But you can control how much of it you allow to affect you. When you begin to separate what is within your control from what is not, your mind becomes lighter. You stop trying to fix everything. You stop taking responsibility for things that are not yours. You focus on your actions, your choices, your responses. This shift changes everything. You become less reactive to emotional pressure. You become less influenced by inconsistency. You become more stable, more grounded, more focused. There is also a need to be honest with yourself. Not just about others, but about your own patterns. Sometimes, the reason you stay in situations that disturb your peace is not because you do not see the problem, but because something within you is attached to it. It could be comfort. It could be familiarity. It could be the fear of starting over. These attachments can be strong, but they must be recognized. Because peace cannot exist where you are holding on to something that consistently disrupts your stability. Letting go is not always about the other person. Sometimes, it is about releasing your own attachment to what is no longer serving you. It is about accepting that something has run its course. Acceptance brings clarity. It removes the internal conflict of wanting something to be different, while knowing it is not. And once that conflict is gone, your mind becomes more at ease. There is also a deeper level of self-respect involved in protecting your peace. It is not just about avoiding discomfort. It is about valuing yourself enough to choose environments that support your well-being. Self-respect is shown in the standards you set, in the boundaries you maintain, in the decisions you make when faced with situations that challenge your values. When your standards are clear, your choices become easier. You do not have to overthink every situation. You simply align your actions with what you know is right for you. This alignment removes confusion. It creates consistency in your life. And consistency is one of the key elements of peace. A consistent mind is not easily shaken. It does not fluctuate with every change in environment. It remains steady, focused, controlled. To reach that level, you must be selective. Selective with your time. Selective with your energy. Selective with the people you allow close to you. Not everyone deserves access to your thoughts, your emotions, your attention. And understanding this is not arrogance, it is awareness. When you give too much access without consideration, you open yourself up to influence. And not all influence is positive. Being selective does not mean isolating yourself. It means choosing quality over quantity. It means valuing depth over surface-level connection. It means surrounding yourself with what aligns with your growth. Growth requires the right environment. Just like a seed needs proper conditions to grow, your mind needs the right influences to develop. If you place yourself in environments filled with negativity, inconsistency, or emotional instability, it becomes difficult to grow. Not impossible, but difficult. On the other hand, when you create an environment that supports clarity, respect, and stability, growth becomes natural. You move forward without constant resistance. This is why protecting your peace is so important. It is not just about feeling good, it is about creating the conditions necessary for your progress. There will be moments when you doubt your decisions. Moments when you question whether you did the right thing by stepping back or walking away. This is normal. But remember, short-term discomfort often leads to long-term stability. And long-term stability is what allows you to build something meaningful. Peace gives you the ability to focus on your goals without distraction. It allows you to invest your energy into things that matter. It creates a foundation from which you can grow consistently. Without it, everything feels harder. Your mind is divided. Your energy is scattered. Your progress is slowed. This is why it must be protected at all costs. Every day, you are making choices that either strengthen your peace or weaken it. Sometimes they are obvious. Other times they are subtle. Choosing to engage in unnecessary conflict weakens it. Choosing to ignore clear patterns weakens it. Choosing to stay in environments that drain you weakens it. On the other hand, choosing clarity strengthens it. Choosing discipline strengthens it. Choosing to walk away when necessary strengthens it. These choices define your life over time. The more you choose wisely, the more stable you become. The more stable you become, the less affected you are by external factors. This is where true freedom begins. Not in controlling everything around you, but in not being controlled by it. A peaceful mind is a powerful mind. It is focused, clear, and resilient. It can navigate challenges without losing direction. It can handle pressure without breaking. This is the kind of mind you should aim to build. It does not happen overnight. It requires consistent effort. It requires awareness, discipline, and patience. But the results are worth it. Because once you reach a certain level of peace, you realize how valuable it is. You become less willing to compromise it. You become more intentional with your choices. And your life begins to reflect that. Because the truth is, your life will always reflect what you tolerate. If you tolerate confusion, your life will feel confusing. If you tolerate inconsistency, your life will feel unstable. If you tolerate disrespect, your sense of self will slowly weaken. But the moment you begin to raise your standards, not loudly, not aggressively, but internally, everything begins to change. You start to notice things earlier. You stop ignoring what once seemed small. You become more aware of tone, of intention, of patterns that repeat themselves. And instead of reacting emotionally, you respond with quiet clarity. That clarity becomes your protection. There is a version of you that exists without unnecessary stress, without constant emotional tension, without the weight of trying to fix what was never yours to fix. But reaching that version requires honesty. Honesty about what you allow, what you excuse, and what you continue to hold on to even when it drains you. Letting go is not just a physical act. It is a mental release. It is deciding that your mind deserves better than constant noise. It is choosing to no longer replay situations that bring no resolution. It is freeing yourself from cycles that only exist because you continue to engage with them. And once you begin to let go internally, something shifts. You stop chasing explanations. You stop needing closure from others. You stop trying to make sense of things that lack consistency. Instead, you begin to accept what is shown to you. Acceptance is powerful. Not because it feels good immediately, but because it removes illusion. It allows you to see clearly, to decide wisely, and to move forward without unnecessary weight. A peaceful life is built on clear decisions. Decisions that align with your values, not your temporary emotions. Decisions that reflect who you are becoming, not who you used to be. Growth requires this shift. Because the more you grow, the less you can tolerate what once felt normal. The conversations that used to excite you may now feel empty. The behaviors you once ignored may now stand out clearly. The environments you once stayed in may now feel uncomfortable. This is not loss. This is alignment. You are not losing people, you are outgrowing patterns. And outgrowing patterns is necessary if you want a different life. There is strength in being able to walk away without anger. Without needing to prove a point. Without needing to be understood. That kind of strength comes from within. It comes from knowing your worth without needing it to be confirmed. It comes from trusting your judgment without needing validation. When you reach that point, your decisions become cleaner. You no longer hesitate as much. You no longer second-guess what you already feel. Because deep down, you always knew. You knew when something felt off. You knew when effort was one-sided. You knew when respect was missing. But sometimes, knowing is not enough. Acting on it is what changes your life. Action is what separates awareness from transformation. You can understand everything, see every pattern, recognize every sign, but if you continue to stay, continue to engage, continue to tolerate, nothing changes. Peace requires action. It requires you to choose yourself, even when it is uncomfortable. It requires you to step back, even when you feel attached. It requires you to walk away, even when a part of you wants to stay. And yes, it will feel difficult. There will be moments when you question your decision. Moments when silence feels heavier than noise. Moments when you miss what you walked away from, even if it was not right for you. But those moments pass. What stays is the clarity. What stays is the stability. What stays is the quiet confidence that you made the right choice. Because over time, you begin to notice the difference. Your mind becomes lighter. Your thoughts become clearer. Your energy returns. You wake up without tension. You move through your day without emotional weight. You focus on your goals without distraction. This is what peace feels like. Not excitement. Not intensity. Not constant stimulation. Just calm. And that calm becomes addictive in the best way. Because once you experience it fully, you realize how much you were carrying before. You realize how much noise you accepted as normal. You realize how much energy you gave to things that did not deserve it. You realize how much of yourself you were losing without even noticing. And from that realization, a new standard is born. A standard that does not settle. A standard that does not chase. A standard that does not compromise what matters most. You begin to move differently. You listen more than you speak. You observe more than you react. You choose more than you follow. And in doing so, you create a life that reflects intention, not impulse. There is something powerful about becoming selective. Not closed off, not distant, but intentional. You no longer give your time freely to anyone. You no longer invest your energy without awareness. You no longer open your mind to what disturbs your peace. Instead, you protect it. Because you understand that your peace is not just a feeling, it is your foundation. Everything you want to build depends on it. Your goals, your discipline, your focus, your growth, all of it requires a stable mind. Without peace, everything becomes harder. With peace, everything becomes possible. So you guard it. Quietly. Consistently. Without apology. And as you continue on this path, something even deeper happens. You stop fearing being alone. Because you realize that being alone with peace is far better than being surrounded by chaos. You begin to enjoy your own presence. You become comfortable with your own thoughts. You find strength in your own silence. And from that place, you no longer seek connection out of need, but out of alignment. You no longer hold on out of fear, but out of choice. You no longer settle, but you select. This is where everything changes. Because when you reach this level, the people who enter your life will either align with your peace, or they will not stay. And that is no longer something you try to control. You simply allow. You allow what is right to remain. You allow what is not to leave. You allow life to unfold without forcing it. And in that acceptance, you find a deeper kind of peace. One that is not easily shaken. One that is not dependent on others. One that stays with you, regardless of what happens around you. This is the power of mastering your inner world. Not controlling everything, but no longer being controlled by anything. So as you move forward, remember this. Protect your mind like it is your most valuable asset, because it is. Be intentional with your energy, because it shapes your life. And never trade your peace for temporary comfort, because the cost is always too high. If this message spoke to you, then you are already on a different path. A path of awareness, discipline, and growth. And there is so much more ahead. Subscribe to this channel for more insights that will sharpen your mindset, strengthen your discipline, and help you take full control of your life. Because the more you understand, the more you rise. And the more you rise, the less anything can disturb your peace. Stay focused. Stay grounded. Stay in control. And never forget, the strongest person in the room is not the loudest, not the most feared, not the most followed. It is the one who has mastered their mind, protected their peace, and chosen their path with clarity. And when you reach that level, you don't chase peace anymore. You become it.